This is not loading. This is not making any sense. But it's recording. I hope you're good. I hope you had a good weekend, good week. I wasn't here for a long time, so that happens. We had stuff prepared. I feel like the light is bad. So we'll see if we can change that at some point. I don't know. I have doubts. It's kind of... It was not supposed to be sunny today, but it is sunny, so I don't know. But we have some good news. We have some debatable news, and we have some news. So that's a start, I guess. um, but yeah, I hope you're good. I hope you were good. I hope everything was fine. So far, we are, or I am specifically working. I'm going to go straight in because that's what makes sense. I'm working on the components again of the Mom UI kit, specifically making sure that they all have their proper settings and controls, and making sure that they all display properly. I don't like this. So if you look closely, you have the buttons that is there, and then the settings and controls are potentially a scrollable element. And I don't know if this is the right option. I have a feeling that it's not. I have a feeling that this is probably something that needs to be rethought, because having like a sub scroll is not necessarily a good idea. So that's where we are. That's where I am today. It's not going great. It is not going great. It's going okay. We have like most of the components, as I said, that are done, that have everything they need to have. So this is good. The only things that are not necessarily working so far are some of the higher level components. So going back into the examples, the things that we have within the Figma files further out. So things like the empty state illustration, this is something that we don't have. Things like the login page, these are stuff that I want to have in the end, so that you can just say, well, I need a login page, and you can just call for login at the top of the page, and you have everything in one click and done. So far, that's not the case. So we'll see when that happens. But yeah, these things, these templates and examples are not there. So that's going to take a while. But it's going to happen, I guess, at some point. One day, maybe. Other than that, everything else is working. I had a bit of fun with the micro interaction on these ones. So should zoom in like this. Very subtle animation on the dots when you have like a bullet list and so on. And it does work with everything. If we have stuff like an icon base list, they have a slight, a slight angle. You know how I like to have things that are organically made. That's subtle. It works. It makes sense. So yeah, these are currently working. I feel like it's pretty good. Nonetheless, most of these components are working and well and doing what they are supposed to do, so that's fine. It's just like the usual. We have a set of like 3 to 5 components that needs to be worked on. But overall, they're good. So soon, releasing soon. Not necessarily this week, but soon. I'm guessing probably next month would be my guess. But yeah, as always, everything is working in both sides. So light mode and dark mode are good. The animations are good. The effects are good. So I feel like soon, the sooner we should have something. I don't know exactly when, but we should have something soon. That's what I'm gonna say. On another note, on other things, if you haven't seen, which is probable, Ban is now a bit updated with this new theme. I know it doesn't really change much, but it's a bit of a more minimalistic theme that takes the current trend of TUI and minimalist designs with a bit of a teeny tiny hover interactions, and when we're playing with them kind of quickly, it's more subtle in here, and I think it's kind of fun to see some of them. Like this one, for example, doesn't really flash because it's TikTok, and TikTok is black, and therefore you can only see um, that effect when it is in light mode. So that's the thing. I feel like it's a very subtle effect. It works. It's nice. It's a bit more tech and cyber oriented, so I do like it. And we have a bit of a news about Pulse, which is a new potential competitor. Not really, but kinda. But yeah, so that's new. That's the new theme that I wanted to have for a long time, to get something that is a bit more subtle and a bit more interesting, I guess. And it's right there. So now we have a fourth one. I don't know if I have the space to do a fifth one with that design as an option, but it's fine. As you can probably tell, when you are in the TUI version, you don't have access to the corner radius because you don't have corner radius in TUI. So that makes a lot of sense. When you move to something else, it comes back as editable. So that's good. This is good. And it also takes a bit of the theme, but still darker than the rest. So you still see them as dark mode E. And when you go into light mode, it's lighter E. So that's the same thing. Also, this one is absolutely broken. But yeah, that's the that's the new theme. I think it's cool. I think it works. I think it does the job as always. And it kind of breaks some other things, but it like these things are kind of broken. Uh, but it's fine. I leave with that. Um, but yeah, that's a bit of a ton stuff for ban, which is pretty cool. So if you don't have a profile, please go there. And if you if you wanna support the project and have some things and get the themes, you need to get your subscription. So I would say that's the main update for today. We have like that new theme that is pretty cool. And the other thing is related to perfume, so that's a thing. Um, Morton, hi, work on it. Uh, I don't know what you were trying to type, but I'm also thinking that could probably tell the boss that you're gonna have to use another tool in order to be able to not make mistakes. Um, in the not related kind of thing, I feel like you would be a good match for Whisperflow right now because it's good. And if you don't want to type, then Whisperflow is a pretty good thing. Um, it's not that expensive, which is, good to know. But it costs something, so I get it. um, I get it. I don't know if we have the pricing at the bottom here, if it's above that. I know it is somewhere. Um, I just don't remember where it is. God damn. It's right there in front of my fucking face. It's basically $12 a month for unlimited words. So, you know, If you don't want to type and you want to just do that, that's a good thing. And if the thing that you are supposed to be typing, which I don't know what it is meeting reviews or uh, transcripts of things, you know, all of that. If it happens during a meeting, you can have that running in the background, and then that just captures everyone's dictations, and you have your recap at the end of the meeting. So, eh, you know, it's an option. It's an option. It's a pretty cool tool. We do like it. A bit expensive, but it's worth the money. So, you decide. But yeah, nonetheless, welcome back. I hope you had a good weekend. And a good week because I wasn't there half of the week. I feel like. Also, going back to the years of experience not being taken into consideration, this is a bit of a weird thing. Maybe depending on the boss and depending on the company, depending on the thing that you're doing, maybe it's time to move on. Maybe you need to find something that is a bit more interesting to you, and you know, um, it could be nice. But yeah, years planning meaning and aiming for 1,000 trees. I don't know what that is. I have no clue what that is. I feel like this is something that is related to you specifically and the company that you are in. I mean, I understand what it is, but I don't. This is kind of the first time that I'm seeing something like this. Um, yeah, I get that. I get that. 1,000 trees. How are you gonna do that? 10 a day for 100 days? 100 a day for 10 days? I've seen these things um, where they have seed or specific thingy and a very specific tool that just open the earth, drop the seed, collapse, and then put some water on it. And they spend like 10 seconds per trees, 2, 3 steps in one direction, plant another tree, and so on. And you might be doing that, but yeah, 10 weekends. 10 weekends is pretty neat. I feel like there are some options, as we mentioned, the best story about planting trees, but also making greenery come back to desert-ish situation has been the Chinese solar panel plan story. I don't know if you remember that, but like I'm probably not gonna find any fucking um, that thing. This is the best thing that I can showcase. But basically, they dropped a ton of solar panels in the deserts, and then because that is dropping shadows on the ground, and they need to wash the solar panels, it brings a lot of water, which is bringing a lot of greenery, and that has like basically covered sometimes it's like so much growing that it covers the solar panels, so they bring in sheeps so that the sheeps have stuff to eat, and it's basically mowing the grass for free for the solar panels. So it's a bit of a cycle that is going to work because the solar panel needs water to clean themselves. That water the soil, which then grows some grass and stuff, and you end up with sheep that are pretty happy and so on. Like it's a bit of a non-visual cycles, but yeah. Who knew that if you just cared for the earth underneath with just some water and that, you'd be good. You could bring back some greenery. So that's a fun stuff. You know, some shadows, some greenery, some sheeps, and some electrics. So yeah, we have like all of that. It's pretty fun. I have never done like planting 3 trees for stuff. Fields, what going on? How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? I don't know how you were awake at 2 in the morning, but you were awake at 2 in the morning, so I appreciate it. On the thing that I was about to say, the Pulse.bio is a new website from a competitor. That's not true. They are not competitor really. That is creating a link in bio, Linktree style platform with a design that I don't like, but that's a me thing. It's fine. We don't care. Um, their goal is to create a Linktree alternative that is related or mainly connected to Twitch, so that you end up with things like the live button and other elements that are very much related to Twitch. So you have like my schedule, some of the clips, and you can have other stuff if you wanted to. Like I have quick links right there and so on. These are interesting. They have like a very simple behavior for what it is, which I feel like is okay. It's not a bad thing, or it's not a good thing either. And you end up with this as the output. So that's potentially interesting. If you are someone that is using Twitch and you have a live channel and so on, that might be a good thing. But it's interesting. It's a new platform. They have things that I like a lot in terms of how they have presented stuff. So, for example, the design section, when you go in the theme, you have pre-made themes that are mostly related to the designers, I would say. So, some of the liquid glass elements happens. The gold and metal apparently are pro stuff, so you need to pay for that. These ones are in the plus tier, which I don't know if that is a good idea. I'm currently in the kind of custom default versions, but everything is kind of fine. So playing with that is a fun thing to see, but eh, not saying that it's a good idea, but it's interesting nonetheless. So that's a thing that we have right now. They have a lot of settings, and I feel like the interface around here might be more tailored to something that is like on mobile. They want you to get like these things, um, but it's a bit of a weird thing. Nonetheless, I have a bit of an issue with the Linktree links only situation. That's why I do prefer, obviously, ban for the design of it. And even though we have themes, the same realm, you know, it works. I feel like this is cute. Not cuter, but cute nonetheless. So we'll see when that happens. But that's the difference. So yeah. Did you do some changes, Vils, on your side of things? Have stuff happened? I don't know. I don't know if stuff happened. Maybe stuff happened. We have some green. We have some green around here. That's interesting. That's an interesting thing. Um, that's good. That good. That good. some green as well. I see. Cocaine. Welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. I like your username. Um, I like it. It took me a while to read it, but I like it. So yeah, this is cool. This is something that I've said many times, and any designers, any dev, any whatever on the internet, please do that. Do not, do not do 1,500 plus, right? Do 1,521 because that seems like something that is believable. Same thing here. 402, not 400, 402. So not round numbers is more trusted by most of the population. So that's the good thing. You are doing horrible. I am sorry to hear that. What is happening? Please tell me. Please tell me. I mean, if you want, if you don't want, I get it. That's good. And now you have an app that you can download. I see. I see. I can't read your name because YouTube doesn't give me the reading, but thanks you, I appreciate it. If you have questions, feel free to ask the questions if you want me to take a look at the paper design that I've done in the past. And, explain, yes. No, okay, not you. I have the stream on YouTube at the same time as Twitch, which I know the chats are not combined. So yeah, someone is on YouTube at that instant. It happens. It happens. But yeah, welcome in. You have 500 Cyberpunk mods to manage, and you have 150,000 mods to install. Why would you mod Cyberpunk? I mean, why would you mod games? That's my regular questions. I mean, I get it. I get it. I was about to say something, and then I remembered that the game itself is not that young. It feels like it came out last year, which is not the case. It's getting old. It's getting old. In which case, yes, please mod the thing. Add some fake community-based DLCs. It will work. It will work. It's a good idea. It is a good idea. I agree with that. You have... Yes. 100%. I still see the greens. I still see the locks. Interesting. Interesting. That's a different stony thing. All right. It seems to be working. You have made some of the changes that we talked about last week, which is pretty cool. Having the profile picture at the top is nice. The spacing in between your messages is still kind of tight, but that's okay. Everything seems to be okay. I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I think I wish. No. I think it might be a time for me where I need to have access to a server, because right now I only have seen these, which are DMs. So I don't know exactly what you have done on server-side stuff. I have seen combined elements, but I don't have a server on the side to check how it looks, how it behaves, and so on. So yeah, that's okay. That's okay. It's not good, but it's okay. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. Mmm. Mmm. Okay, so you have a redirect that doesn't really work. That's fine. That's fine. That's not the right thing. So when I'm joining a server, it didn't refresh the sidebar. It happens. Now I'm kind of stuck on something like this. I'm gonna just do that and reopen the web version. What am I stuck on? Now I'm stuck. God damn. God damn. That's not good. Let me see. Well, you did. You did break it. That yes. Yes. Um yeah, no problem, by the way, for taking a look at your project on Framer. The only thing that I need to tell you now is the fact that on YouTube you cannot share links. So if you want to join on Twitch so that you can share a link in chat, that would be appreciated. If that's not the case and you want to stay on YouTube, which is fine, potentially join the Discord so that you can share a link there. I can see things, but I'm the only one on the YouTube chat to be able to share links, so that's kind of sad, I know. But yeah, please, if you want me to take a look at something, feel free to just share links. Links are good. Links are good. Yeah, this is broken. Feels this is broken, and even the fucking the console give me absolutely nothing. Nothing. That's sad. Ah, that's good. I'm not gonna lie. You have a 502. That's something. Not the greatest, but we have something we didn't have earlier. So yeah, also that autofill doesn't work. Let me see if it's not like autofilled. Does that work? Now it's working. I don't know. Maybe there was something on the server that wasn't just not working at the same time, so that's fine. Let's see. Here we have one channel, which is general, which makes sense, and we have one voice channel, which is gonna ask for my mic, which is not what I want to have right now. So that's good. I'm still pissed about these buttons. That is going to take a while before they are away. I think the reason why I'm pissed about them is because of their presentation. Most of them are really thin and tiny and not as visible. But yes, um, you can see the crash, which is good. That is a good thing. Are these settings related to the server? No. Interesting. That's bad. Need to cache this. Um, you cache these images so it doesn't flash like this every time. Don't worry about it. It's fine. This is a bit of a weird thing. Um, this is something that, again, you might not notice if you don't if you're not new to the app. So I'm gonna give you as much as I can right now because it's the first thing that I see. Right here, when I move from my DMs to a server, which I'm guessing is if I have like another server and I move to another server, it's the same thing. The invite people is in teal color, greenish color. And then as soon as I move to a channel, it goes gray. and that's a bit of a distraction, because it's not supposed to do that. Or maybe it is, and I don't know why. So yeah, that's the thing. The fact that it's green when you want to green teal when you want to have people come in, that's good. But as soon as you are joining something, um, yeah, yeah, you're probably in it, and you don't like your brain and your eyes don't see the same thing as someone is fresh in the app for the first time. So I get it. I get it. That was expected. You can create a poll, you can add a thread, that's bad, but I'm going to explain that in a second. Same here, and then same here. Okay, cool. So I have a bit of an issue with the way that you have your sidebar showcased, because they are also, I'm using Discord as a reference because, I mean, that's where we are. So obviously, I'm here. If you look at show member list, for example, on Discord, it opens a sidebar that is pushing the content, but there is no differentiation in the background from the sidebar and the header. So it's very similar to what you have done right here, but you do have a separation of color, and therefore it's weird because the header doesn't really match. So if you want to keep that separation of color, you need to have the full height, meaning that these icons needs to be pushed as well on or to the left, so that you have like a full side element. Otherwise, just make sure that it's the same color as the rest, and you should be fine. You should be fine. We'll be okay. It will be okay. So, yeah, this is interesting. This is the only one that doesn't really do anything when it comes to the sidebar. And then the last one, and that's a very me thing, so don't worry about it too much, but worry about it still. If you see the divider and the layout here, there is a layout shift by like a pixel and a half, 2 pixel, because this input field is bigger or taller than your icon buttons. You probably at like 30 something, 24 to 32, and then this is 36 because your input is 32, but then you have like a bit of padding, and that just shifts your icons. That's it. So the fix for this is making sure that your buttons are like 40 and your input is 40 as well, and therefore there will be no layout shift. That will fuck up this section as well, but as I can re-mention from last week, these two dividers are not at the same height, so you know, it doesn't really matter. The fact that this one is not visible is fine. Did you do this though? I doubt it, but yeah, you didn't. No light mode. So yeah. If you wanna, Donnie, good. Now I can read that name. If you wanna share the link to your Framer portfolio and project, share that right away in the Design and Help channel, and we can take a look at that. Take a look at that together and give you some pointers and others. But yeah. Oh, you shared it here. My bad. My bad. Different places. I get it. I got it. It's fine. I mean, everything is good. Everything is good. You remove the light mode. Sorry. I get it. I get it. I mean, I would as well. I don't even know if Discord has. Yeah, it's not even automated. Like, it's not a theme-based system, so. I guess I'm the only one to do these, which is fine by me. I feel like this is a good idea. Good option. Anything else specific in there that I would need to see other than me being me and me seeing things that I shouldn't see? Like that. Bolicha. I don't know. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. Appreciate it. That I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be me. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So just make it it's a flex box center line. It should work. It should work. Um it should be easy. I don't understand. Ah, this is what happens when dev create things. Ah, my god. Nonetheless, other than that, that's good. I came up on your sidebar, and I'm happy with that. That is a good news. That is a good news. Game dev is not necessarily game dev'd on my end. We do design stuff, and sometimes I do some AI code because I can't do shit. That's working. That's interesting. That zoom is kind of wild, but I get it. Download button's good. I'm guessing this is open in a new tab as in open in the web, and then you can do other thing in there.
I don't think he felt anything after the crash.
I'm fine with that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. There might be a bit of an issue with the corner radius when the thing has a border. I think the image itself has a border, and therefore the corner radius is cropping the edge of your window, and that's why it's weird. But that's not something that you can prevent. Really, the only thing that you could potentially do is ensure that you have a border or an inner border, which would be an inner shadow on each of the images as a default, so that it just gives you the border. But that's the thing. Yeah. Other than that, it's fine. Other than that, it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Donnie, let me take a look at that. If you're still in there, I don't know if you shared it on something else as well, but yeah. Thanks a lot for joining the Discord as well. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. We have. I don't know exactly what specific you want in the review, but it's a case study, cute transition, explanation of what it is. This is an interesting definition, an interesting presentation of what is the context. This is cute. That's nice. Illustration is cool. It's a very cool concept, not gonna lie. I like this idea. Very cool. Very cool. I'm not gonna lie, this is very cool. Um, there is one thing that I see that might let me just rephrase from the beginning. This is really nice. It's that's what you did. That's the main thing. This is really nice. You did a very good job. I really like it. The only thing that I might say potentially be interesting from a concept point of view, which is what you currently have. You have the product manager and the design lead on the left side bubbles, and then Donyor, which I'm guessing is your name, but I don't know how to pronounce it properly because Uzbekistan is not necessarily, or wherever you are from specifically, it's not necessarily where and how I can pronounce things. So I would potentially have you on the other side, so that the bubble is coming from you and maybe on the other side of the screen if that was something that was interesting. But that's a detail. On the potential, that's just might take a lot more time for you to figure out, but um, well, good job for me. One thing that you could do is uh, a sticky parallax thing. So when I'm reaching this section, this tile remain in position, and then when I'm scrolling, it then gets replaced with this one. So I'm seeing the rest of the modules that are going to populate the parking area situation go in as a layer in from the top. So you start with this, which is fine, and then you have that layer that drops as a PNG because I'm guessing these are PNGs ish uh, until that. But that, like just having them drop from the top based on the conversation on the side, by having that tile kind of become sticky and then see exactly what happens based on the discussion on the side, might be a better, more interactive-ish transition in the scroll. But that might be the only thing that I could recommend you. And then the fact that you might be on the left side of the chat as a recognizable chat interface for people is pretty cool. Nonetheless, again, this concept is a very nice idea. Um, like it's rare. This is going to sound wild. It's rare that I'm seeing things that I haven't seen before, and this is one of them. I've seen some chatting interface for presentation, but like this, not really. So not for that specific use case. So I do like this. This is a brand new ID, so that's fun. On the That's a bit more specific, but on the realm of you want to have a chat interface that looks like a chat interface, if you think about the bubbles for iMessages, for example, the reactions are in the top corners, not in the bottom thing. Like here, it's more of a Slack behavior, and here it's more of an iOS iMessage thing. So depending on where you want to go, it's fine either way. The only thing is that the reason why here might be a bit worse than in the top right corner is because there sometimes is a lot of content in the text, and therefore you may be in a very populated area. So putting it on the other side might help, but it doesn't really matter. Like that is fine. Um, But yeah, no, other than that, this is really cool. The potential animation options with the thing sliding from the top is a very easy. I'm guessing. Kane, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How was your weekend? But that's cool. And then you have this, which is kind of fun because it was kind of brand new and polished and things. And you arrive there and it's kind of dirty because it's the Um, the handoff thing, so that's neat. We like it. Um, if the entire thing is made in Spline, I'm almost certain that you can have a scroll-based animation where the layers are stacking on top the more you scroll. That could be a very, very cool thing to do if you're doing like a just a spline thing on the side. So yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired. My sister was here, and therefore we did things of at regular hours for humans, and that's not my regular time. So I am off schedule on everything. I didn't go to the gym in 4 days, which is bad. It's bad. um, but yeah, no, it's really good. The chat bubble ID is really cool. The only thing that's feels weird is these because they are blue. I'm expecting as someone that has been on the internet before that these are links and then I can click them. And if you look back in the stream a second ago, I tried to click on that um, automatically. Like my instinct was, oh, that's a thing that I can click on. Um, so that's the thing that I would potentially change. But yeah, that concept is really cool. Um, that concept is really cool. You have like a lot of very simple behavior um, that just makes sense. The only thing that stands out as potentially not from the rest of the page, like this is off design in a way. Like it's fine, but it's off design. It's off the layout that I'm seeing elsewhere. So when I'm seeing this, I don't know yet, which means that it's fine. It doesn't really matter. But then when I reach the end of the page, I then notice that this is off design. But that's again, it doesn't really matter because I don't know yet what is the design of the page. So that's something um I think it's good. I think it's a good concept. Let me see in if you have done that. I don't know. Do you have you did and you basically have okay, they are static content. So your mobile version is probably going to be like this, and I'm going to take a look at that. Um, then you have your chats, which makes sense. So for mobile version, if you decide to go with the thing that I said with that element being static and sticky on the side, I would have it at the top. I would basically create a section at the top of the view that contains the tile, and so end up with this as sticky and then this as scrollable, so that if the user is swiping up, the chat underneath is going through and the animation is happening here. So it needs to take enough space to let the building and the cars and the things come in and so on. But that's a potential. Right here, this is something that I couldn't see here, but now I see it as well. You have a very strong shadow that is cropped on the exact edges of your images. So maybe, you know, either fuse that somehow or make sure that the image that you're exporting from Spline contain all the shadow. Because right now that's a sharp edges. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. It's something that not a lot of people will see anyways. But as someone that sees the details, that is trying to hire you and so on, that teeny tiny edge might change their perception of what you've done. So that's the thing. But yeah, other than that, you did good. You did good. I like the simplicity that you have in the side on the chat version, there is I do. I do have a very sharp eye. Yes, that is true. You don't have a ton of text, and I love that. So I'm gonna use Dennis as a reference because it's useful. If we take a look at this case study, which is a very long case study for me, this is a lot of text, not too much, but a lot of text, and then you end up with a lot more text. And if I go a bit further down, we have a lot more text and explanation and research and stuff. Here, I can follow through the flow of how the project went and what happened in said project without having to pay too much attention. I see the context, I see the things, I understand what happened, I get it, and so on. That's to me, this is way more digestible than the other one. This one is a lot of data. So, you know, I like that. I like that simplicity on your end to make things more understandable and faster to grasp. So this is really cute. Other than that, it's good. Other than that, it's good. Also, this one doesn't have a shadow in the background. This one does, but this one doesn't. It's probably because this is a video. But yeah. Yeah, no, you did good. You did good. And the website is great. You have a nice touch. You have a nice touch. And some of the designs that you have added and so on, these are yeah. That works. I know that overall this is like from the template, but yeah. But it works. It matches what you wanted to have, the simplicity of the project, the presentations and so on. All of that makes sense. Yeah, even then, here, I know that this is like, again, template based and so on. But you have who you are, what you do, and then I have a hint of another project that you can have. So, like, I will scroll down. I've seen so many people that have not done that don't have like a hint of something underneath that gives me the push to scroll. That it's welcome when it's when it happens. So you did good. I'm scared, kinda, of putting you on the other side and potentially changing the bubble colors and so on, because when you look at chat bubbles in general, I'm gonna use this one even though it's not exactly the same. This usually never happens. When you have a chat that is presented, you usually have some sort of a distance in between the thing. You're probably somewhere around here. There is a lot of space on one side to kind of balance the content. And so for you here, you would need to place yourself somewhere around there. So a lot more on the right, which is fine when you're in full screen. But if you have someone like myself or like I've done earlier with multiple, like a smaller screen or something, you might end up with a bit of an issue with the overlap and the placement. So that's potentially a bit of a not so great situation. But yeah, that's kind of sad. But I mean, I get it. It's the responsive, which is never going to be the easiest thing to do. Like here, I'm right in the middle of two breakpoints, so don't worry about it. I get it. I get it. It's not supposed to happen. That's supposed to happen. uh, but yeah, there are stuff that you need to check. No, you did good. You did really good. I like the concept. I like the idea. I feel like potentially the stacking animation would make a lot more sense. Um, I don't remember what it's called, but um, there is there is a bit of a there was a bit of a trend a long time ago. I mean, this one is kind of similar, but we had 3D rendering of things that were like stacked on top of each other, like what I have in my head for what you have done, so that people can really understand, uh, you know, how things are happening. So for you, the animation could be very simple based on the fact that you have all of the elements and you already have like roughly everything. It's pretty cool. So yeah. Um, yeah, it's the sticky layering on the tile on the side would be pretty cool, and specifically if it's at the top of the screen when you're on mobile, for example, this is something that would help for sure. Um, I feel like this should be animated, but isn't. So sad. um, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. It is such a common animation. Kind of like this. This is not the same, but if you have all the pieces in Spline and you can create the animation one by one, like step by step, it's on scroll would change how you perceive the content, which is interesting. However, the usual however, if you do so, and if you create that animation that I've been talking about, be aware and be ready for companies and managers and other people that are seeing your portfolio to say, "Oh, you did a very good job with that animation and 3D. We need something similar." If this isn't something that you want to do in the day-to-day basis, in your projects, um, in, yeah, in your life, if this is not something that you enjoy doing, don't do the animation. Just do this as illustrative, and that's it, like you currently have. And then maybe making it sticky and changing as fade based on breakpoint or anchor on scroll. But do not do an animation if you don't want to be known within the company that you are hiring or hired in, um, as the person that is able to do 3D animations and 3D rendering, because you will be asked to do that so much. So if you're not willing to do so, do not do that. This is not something that you enjoy doing. Do not create and showcase 3D rendering animations because it will be asked of you all the times. So this is the usual thing. Um, if I go on to my own Behance project things, when I started, I had a ton of projects in there that were not related to what I wanted to do. So I had prints, I had logo animation, I had illustration, like drawings, very much app animation things, a fluid simulation even. And that was really bad because some of the people that were hiring me were like, well, we've seen that you are able to do so. Would you like to do that? Um, and I was like, no, it's just like I can if it's necessary, but I would rather not. So with that, uh, I kind of stopped. I removed a ton of them. Like I have some Blender stuff around here for I try to do some Blender and just making sure that my understanding of the tools and understanding of how this is working is, but it's bad. And I wouldn't want someone to hire me for my Blender skills, but I still have the ability to get in there and do something if it's necessary. But most likely it's not. So, you know, please don't ask me. But yeah, that's the thing. So if you don't want to come back to it, yeah, this one is nice. I think that's one of my best rendering, I'm not gonna lie. Not the hardest of all, but yeah, it is really good. It is really good. But yeah, if you don't want to do some 3D, if you don't want to do some illustrations like the paper series, the one that you know me for, if you don't want to do that, then don't showcase that in your portfolio because people will basically ask you and say, "Oh yeah, we saw that you can do 3D. Let's do some 3D." And you're like, "No, I could do 3D when I did that, but since then I haven't touched the tools and I don't know how it works anymore." So for your sake, if that's not what you want to do, just keep that as it is. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's really cool. But yeah, I appreciate it. Stony, welcome on in. How is you? How's the day going? How's the things? We joined your server earlier today. For no reason. Things are broken. Things are broken in there. But yeah, no, other than that, I don't have a lot more things to say. Might be just a me thing, and the colors could change. But yeah, no, that's a detail. But yeah, you're welcome. That is what I call portfolio of someone with the same amount of experience as me. This is the okay. I'm a senior product designer. Uh, that's it. Yeah, Space. Welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? Yeah, no, that's good. You did good. Congrats on that. Congrats on that. Um, Kane, what the fuck is this? What is that? What is that? If you have more questions, by the way, Tony, on the portfolio, on the projects, on other things, if there are stuff that you haven't tried and you wanna experiment or you want some direction, please feel free to ask. As always, it's a CMS. Do I have to create an account? Is there a test account somehow, or something? I don't know why I'm so tired, but I am so tired. I mean, I know why I'm so tired, but goddamn. um, should be easy. You know, it is easy, but it's just like, what do I need? Um, do I need to create an account? If that's the case, I can create an account. Mm-hmm. Did you build it? Mm-hmm. Cute ass animations. There is a lot. There is too much. There is too much. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you mean, I don't know what you mean. Did you mean Lovable made it so that people could have access to a CMS, or you made it through Lovable for yourself? I mean, both are fine nonetheless, but yeah. This is interesting. I'm guessing this is not something that Lovable did on their own. Yeah. That should change here. That published and non-published thing should be here. Um, but yeah, it's interesting nonetheless. 3 hours of sleep, goddamn. Goddamn. That's not good. I got paid. I just got paid. I just got 200, 200, 2 euros on my bank account. Yay. Yay. I don't really do mentoring. I do mentoring through streams, basically. So if you come back often enough, I know who you are. I know your previous content, your previous work, and so on, and I can kind of tutor you and help you with things. Otherwise, I do mentoring on one-on-one, but I'm extremely expensive, and I would rather not. And that's why I'm extremely expensive. So yeah, come by the stream. That's much better. One of the other things as well is if you come by the stream and you ask your questions or you need to help with some things, and I give you some directions, it helps everyone else, not just you. So that's one of the reasons why I would rather do the mentoring on stream. But yeah. Um. Mm-hmm. Interesting. I don't. How many tokens are you using, Stony? That's crazy. I don't. That's bad. Yeah, that's bad as well. This is interesting, Kane. This is simple. It has some of the breaking of AI generated design, which is pretty interesting to me. Maybe not something that you care about, but I've seen this many times where the keys are like the action key, the combined key is smaller than the letter itself because the characters don't behave properly. So that's a bit of an AI tell, but it's interesting nonetheless. If it works, if it's deployable, and you have access to these, and they work and they do the things, then that's good. The only thing that right now I'm not sure about is this. How do I access the live version? Because this is published officially. How do I see that in its rendered form. Like where is that? That's the question. But nonetheless, it's interesting. And then from here, the fact that the plus is here, it's a bit of a weird thing. So, yeah. What do you mean it can't be shown on stream? Huh. What a concept. What a concept. Turning into Denny right now. That is not a good thing. So basically, it's just the backend, it's just CMS, and you don't. I mean, you have the thing, and if you have your front end and you use the schema and you use the proper fetch, then you can get the blog post. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. My brain went on to maybe this is not necessary, maybe this would make more sense. But yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there is so many as well, so. I don't know if it's a good idea, Stony. I don't know if it's a good idea. I feel like. Also, Bolicha, I saw your message on Discord. You are trying to make a paint program. This is really cool. this is really cool. And Stony, if you want to send me a link so I can take a look, I would love to. I would love to check stuff. The reason why I'm saying it's pretty cool, I have someone on my liked things that is doing a very, very, very nice. I can show that. Very, very nice paint brush thing, and oh, you mean that dashboard? I thought it was a new dashboard. I thought it was different. All right, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. Can I see it? There is this one that is just like really, really cool as a concept. Just growing flowers. But that's not the one that I'm looking for. I am looking for the brushes, which I probably have saved in the saved just for the sake of having it, because I want to talk about it most of the time. So I'm just gonna check the bookmarks real quick, just in case. Just in case I saved one of theirs. Apparently I didn't. God damn. Yeah, no, that's the person. That person here is creating a very, very interesting project, concept, content. I don't know exactly how to define it, but they are creating illustrations and animations through code with a brush system, but it's like web-based, if I'm not mistaken. And it's really interesting. So, I don't know what they're using. They haven't really explained anything in there, but it's really interesting. It is really interesting to see, god damn it, uh, what they have and how they are presenting, you know, all of that. So that it is very cool. This is a very, very, very nice brush system. And if you are into creating a paint related program, interface, thingy, then maybe some inspiration right there could be interesting, you know? Why not? Why not? They are very good. They are very good. So let me. Is it on app or is it on dev? Which version it is? I'm guessing it is dash dev for the sake of something. Congrats, congrats, Tony. You did a very good job right there. Great. Cybersec, welcome in. Good morning. Good time zone. Good everything. How are you? How was your weekend? God damn. So, it's the first time that it's just No Mercy, as in first stuff. Let me, before I go into the dashboard, before I go into the dashboard, let me just roast the landing page a bit, because we can. Jan, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? How was your weekend? How's everything? Mm-hmm. I don't know where that's coming from, but the person that created that ID is an interesting system. um, oh yeah, Morton as well. We need to talk about that. We had the elections this weekend, and Paris is half and half, half right, half left, and it's interesting. The left side of Paris is right, and the right side of Paris is left. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. Anyways. The 88 out of 88 means you have 88 episodes out of 88 episodes. So you have 100%. And in the beginning, I thought it would be interesting to have them in percentage, but a percentage means nothing when you don't know how many in total there were. So Stony had something similar to this, or basically had this in the first place. And I kind of pushed for percentage, and then I realized based on what Stony was saying that it was a bad idea. So yeah. And here specifically on this one, because it's the preview, 88 is my usual thing. 8 is the fattest, widest number that you can have in a number. And therefore, I'm using 88 or 888 for most of the things. I could use zeros as well, it's the same thing. But 8 is a real number compared to 0. So yeah, that's the reason. Like this one might be something along the line of 24, I think. I think Kobayashi has 24 episodes, 12 or 24 episodes, I forgot. 2 seasons of 12? I do not know. I don't remember. So, yeah. That section is wildly banned, Stony. I'm just going to say that now before I forget. The rest is cool. The rest is fine. I'm fine with it. I am fine with it. Would that run on dev? It does. So you're saying this dashboard thing, there might be some things that are not to showcase on stream, or is it fine? I guess everything in there is just me stuff, which is fine. All right, cool. The admin panel, you said admin panel, and it just slided up on the side. Uh, I see things. I see the numbers of users. I see the full names. I see things I'm probably not supposed to showcase on stream, so I'm not. I like the interface though, I'm not gonna lie. It's simple, it works. You have blog posts. You have specific things for blog posts in there. God damn it. I can disable Keycloak. uh, this is cool. In the accessible things that I can showcase, this is pretty neat. There are some stuff that I would change, obviously, because it's me and so on. But alignment on this section, like that top section, it would make more sense to have the numbers being much bigger, and probably the server at the top for readability's sake. But other than that, that's fine. The server section is okay. Notification is fine. There is nothing in there, so I'm good with it. And my settings are also really fine. It's just like, it's simple enough. Everything is supposed to work. So I get it. No real complaints when it comes to this. The only thing that I don't really understand is why. As in, if I go from the homepage to here by logging in, I don't have access to the server anymore. Like I don't see the content of said server. And from here, I don't know how I do access to it. I can leave the server, but I can't access the server, if that makes sense. So that's the only thing that I'm like, kind of weird to, not gonna risk it. The back buttons, because I know exactly where I went and I know where it's gonna send me back exactly. I see some misalignment, but that's fine, don't worry about it. Like the fact that I'm here, I would expect to arrive on the app when I sign in. And if I don't, if when I'm signing in, I end up on the dashboard, then I'm like, what should happen? How do I access the server anymore? Like that's the thing. Give me a split second. fucking bathroom leak again. It happens. It happens. Um, you just made it so invite work without having an account first. Okay. But how do I access the server though? That's the main thing. That is the main thing. Um, I'm guessing by downloading the app, I would get the server runner, not the accessible thing. So yeah, I feel like I don't know if this is running. This is not running. God damn. Good job on detecting. Good job on detecting. Yeah, okay. I see. So when you go on download, um you can open the app. You can either open the dashboard or open the app. So if I go on dashboard, I go back to where I was, and if I go on app, I open the server itself right away, which is fine. I don't know. I don't know. I like this page though. Unrelated. Um, it's simple, but it works. There's a ton of issues with the corner radius, but you know, I am gonna be okay about it. I'm gonna be okay about it. That I don't know what that last word is, but yeah, bumblebees are usually friendly. Usually friendly. And I do like them. When I was in Japan, in summer, I see. When I was in Japan in summer of 2023, I remember I got like a beetle, a big ass scarabs. One of these, but one of these ones in front of my door that was basically dying on the concrete, and I picked it up, and because he figured out that I was soft and kind of moist, he tried to dig into my fingers and my hand because he wanted to get into something that was less hot than the outside. So I just picked it up, put it back where it was in the shadow, and then bring back like a bit of a bottle cap with some water in it so that it could just, drink something. But damn. Anyways, same thing for the bumblebees. I do the same thing. Work in progress. I can manage and overlook how things work. User. Good point. Yes, in terms initial versions works good enough. That is true. That is true. I do like that. I feel like you would benefit from getting, and I know it's limited, but getting access to dashboard here. Um, like if I have a server and it's my server, which is not the case here, so I get it. Maybe that's the case already, and because I'm not part of the server, it makes sense. Nonetheless, um, uh, if I had like dashboard, like manage my server right here, that would make a lot more sense. Or you could have it in the Switch server if you wanted to, but nonetheless, it's just a potential for you to implement. But again, as you just said, as a starting point, this is really cool. The fact that you have the ability to showcase all of that and the app, that is good. I feel like that's fine, but it's wild. Dashboard, app, log out. It's a weird organization, but yeah. But yeah, no, again, the new theme is really neat. We like it. I like the cyber effect. It's simple and it's minimal. Like I'm keeping some images here and there, like Discord, Spotify, and Last.fm. Keep the images. Obviously, the one that are images based, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that's fun. Just wrote hello. You know, it's working. That's the most important part. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. What I don't like though is the fucking lone traveler. Hi, welcome back. Is the grid. I wish this grid was aligned with the grid, but yeah, isn't it? Yeah, the prettier stuff handwritings right here. Like, I mean, my regular handwriting is more even. I mean, not even. It's not even close. That's my handwriting with a mouse, which is bad. So yeah. Um, we are currently at 117, if I'm not mistaken. Um, the current state of here is 117 for paying users. Is it good? No. Building in public is not necessarily a better option. Um, if you're not someone that is living and breathing your product all the time, and I hate it, but I understand. So some people and some things, I know I shared their stuff in the past, and you have seen them in the past as well. I think I saved some of these in my bookmarks because I talked about them often. Let me see if I have them. Um, I think I do. I think I do. Obviously, I'm looking at something or looking for something, will not find the thing in question. This will never happen. Obviously. Like this person, for example, this is a bit of a different whatever, but they have built something that is have a good rest of your walk and maybe um maybe you come back later and we can use a heaper for that. Yes. Never happened. Will never happen. Altogether is a program that is basically creating or adding a co-working 3D space for streamers or for Discord chats and so on. So you have it's a bit of a game thing, and so you have this 3D element that lives in your stream, and they have been showcasing that, and they have been presenting it as any streamers that talks about it, any post that is made, they repost it, they talk about it, and it's like on a daily basis, so many posts about the content. And so that's like very complicated. Anton, which is the one that I was looking for, if you look at his feed, brace yourself, you have the the pinned post with that image, and then you have, as a regular thing, this video that comes back all the time. And if I just keep scrolling, same images, same images, same images, like very much the same thing. And it's one post a day, two posts a day, all the time to make sure that people are aware that this thing exists. And they have like 7,000 views, uh, roughly 7,000 views per post that has an image that is not like the same as usual. And that's basically how you can make it work. But because I'm not doing this, and my personal outputs is I potentially send something like once on the 14th, um, once on the 5th, maybe one on the second, ah, um, and other things. That's it. So I would be in need of becoming the most annoying person ever and spamming everyone about the product all the time. And because that pisses me off in other people's, I don't want to do that. But I should. But I don't want to do that. So I understand why some people are creating, like if I do a line UI, for example, um, which ditch like this one, for example, Ersad is the creator of maybe of Align UI, and so they have this account that is reposting what Ersad is doing because that's all they do. But that's all they do, like nothing else. And I don't like it. I feel like this is a bit of a waste having like a secondary profile dedicated to the product and just using that as a marketing tool. But that helps to not like to be seen as okay, that's the product that is speaking for the product, and therefore it's normal that it's spanning so much. But the fact that that is spanning so much is pissing me off because this is not necessarily what I want to see from them on my feed. Like I probably followed them in the beginning when they had not the product yet, and they were creating things that were interesting and design was pretty cool, and therefore I wanted to see more of that. But yeah, nonetheless, this is what is supposed to happen. Um, and so if I did, like the boy is doing a ton of things as well all the time, but I wish I had the brain power and or the willpower to just post that much that often about the product. The only thing that I'm doing right now, and I showcased that before, is the TikToks. This is gonna be some titties. Yep. Um, like these TikToks that I'm doing once a day right now, and it's just like simple and very easy free Japanese resources so that you can learn faster. All of that makes a lot of sense. And then from time to time, I'm plug-in can because it makes sense. That's like what is supposed to happen because it is my own product and so on. But yeah, like other than that, um, I'm not posting enough. I am not posting enough. And I should. I should. But again, the build in public is not necessarily something that I do. I did. I did last time when I decided to start posting, I was at 200-ish followers, and now we have 1,100 and something. So we basically gained 1,000 followers in about a month and a half, um, just by posting. So, that's nice. That is nice. It's a nice thing that happens. Doesn't happen often, but yeah, it's there. It's an option. And it happened because I have one video that has 120,000 views and almost 8,000 likes, and another one that is at 12,000 views and I think 1,000 likes or something like this. So these two videos are basically bringing the whole thing. Um, but yeah, yeah, probably. If I make money from the socials, yeah, I can buy cakes to everyone. It is an option. Yes. Um, will do. But again, as I mentioned, I would need 10 times this in order to be like reaching the 10,000 followers is basically the threshold before brands are willing to do some brand deal with you. What most importantly, I need these numbers to be much higher than this. I need most of my videos to sit at 1,000 at the minimum, but most of them wouldn't necessarily be at like this one is 110, so that's not realistic. Um, but this one is like at 12. If I had more videos at 12,000 views, then that means the engagement is there and the influencing or the brand deal potentials are higher, and so that makes a lot more sense. But yeah, um, I don't know. I don't know. Don't you want 16 of me? Just my forehead all the time. That's just what it is. Just the forehead TikTok. I'm sure this will blow up. Um, I think yes, there is a need for some sort of a cover work when it comes to making sure that the thumbnails of the videos are good, but um, it's a pain in the ass, and I'm not willing to do so. So yeah, I would rather have some weird ass my face screen caps in the middle of the video and the weirdest facial expression than anything else. I wish I had like one of the other specific. Yeah, most of that is just food, so I can't show you that. This is secret territory. um, like there are some creators that are doing a ton with their previews and so on, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It's fine. Um, no, basically that's not how it works. That's the thing that is good about TikTok, and that's why I'm there. Is like no one is going to your profile to watch your videos, so no one sees the thumbnails. Um, unless they are looking at a very specific videos and they're looking for very specific videos, in which case it is interesting to have good thumbnails. But because no one is going to a profile page and say, I'm looking at stuff, like if I go onto, um, not there, if I go onto, because I can use this thing. If I go into my regular architecture ones, right? Um, the thumbnails here makes a lot of sense to have because this is what people will see in their feed. And so whoever is there, like if I'm looking at someone else's thumbnail, I would find stuff that is related to the account in question. And because it's Instagram, I'm expecting things that are related to the profile. That makes a lot of sense. On TikTok, similar to, as you said, YouTube Shorts, that's not the case. You just see the video in your feed. You don't see the thumbnails of the video. So that's the main reason. It doesn't really need to be anything and to showcase anything. But if you do stuff like this, like that thumbnail right here with the title, or video that's a bit better, it doesn't change anything. The other thumbnails with my face, I have the title of the video and the resource at the top. So if you're looking closely, you can see what it is. I'm making this on purpose so that it's not like as readable as possible, so that people can not see everything. But yeah, um, it's interesting. Uh, yeah, on homepage you would have the thumbnails. So if I go into here, if I went to my videos, the thumbnails are necessary, but it's the same system. For the bootcamp, decided to do thumbnails and have like proper titles and proper things, but it didn't really change anything in the grand scheme of things. Um, the videos that worked were the one with the least amount of work in the thumbnails, like basically doing the thumbnails on my phone and then uploading the video from my phone. So that's a bit of a thing. So yeah. Also, congrats um, on getting a first MRR. That is good news. That is great news, even. I've done some checks. I think today the payment that I received earlier today on stream is one of the ban payments based on the amount. And I think this is the one from last month, the first one from last month that decided to get the monthly system. So same thing. It's first monthly revenue for ban that is recurring. That's cool. But yeah, like there is a ton of things in thumbnails that makes a lot of sense for YouTube, but would not make any sense elsewhere. So if if I'm seeing this, then I get it. I will probably click on this, and that's the reason, because I have preview disabled. I don't see anything from the video itself. A lot of people don't have preview disabled, so that basically when they are hovering a video, they will see exactly the beginning of the video, and that count as a view, and that's the reason why it's disabled. But then when you look at the shorts, for example, they don't really have specific thumbnails. They probably just have um, a, a shot or screenshot of one of the frame within the video. This is gonna be a very complicated thing, Stony. At the size, that's the thing. Thank you, appreciate it. I made $2.67 earlier today. Just going in the taxes. Or technically it went in the case today. But yeah. I don't want to go with the regular thing, but if I go with that, I'm gonna do that very badly. Don't worry about it. But if I go with that, for example, and we do a simple this is pissing me off. If I do this, and then you know, that's kind of no dev allowed, and that's no good. Have a good luck, or have a good rest of your day. No trouble, I appreciate it. Take care of yourself. So I don't like that. If I do, I don't think this is good. If I do that, probably with a condensed things, right? Not dev is a pretty simple element, and you can 100% just get your stack right there with let's use black for now, so that it's right there. Yeah, Devent is a nice option. They. You know, something like this as a stamp could be an option, because not and dev are the same amount of letters. But it's a lot more complex than you think to achieve the thing that works well.
I demand, I insist. Fuck you.
And this one wouldn't work based on placements and others. I do. It's the letters that pisses me off. Basically, the T and the V don't match. They don't like each other, and they don't align properly, and they create that awkward section right there that is, you know, no more animated slot available. None. I know. So there is something that is interesting, but yeah. Basically what I kind of like as a concept is if I get that if I get that, I can see how blending the N and D could work, blending the O and E could work, but blending the T and V cannot. And so that is a bit of a weird thing. The other option, one of the other options also right now, we are at a very, 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 very tiny frame. I don't know if we have it here. That's true. That is true. Do we have... We do. We do. We could use and play with the current trend of instrument serif as a font that is overused by AI, and use that instead. So something like that could work. Maybe this needs to be sent. So you that what's the cloud color? Got it. That's cloud color. Roughly Anthropic color scheme. It could work. It could work. It could work as an emote, but it's a bit hard to read. Again, this is supposed to emote size. This is supposed to be somehow 24 in height. So based on the fact that we have currently 21 with the top and bottom space, if I place it at 24, it's probably going to be good. But that's like pixelated as an emote. So, I mean, you know, I am not the biggest fan of this as a rendering. Not against it, but could work. Not against it. But I don't think the hashtag would help. Because there is not enough space. That's the size situation. I guess based on the fact that Anthropic is currently get the fuck out. Currently the most recognized one, getting the color right would be a pretty important thing. Because that's like, in the terms of devs, you would recognize this as a trait. But then if you have this in a light mode environment, it's not as good. So I know who uses light mode anyways. Well, you know, some people. I know it's for devs to make fun of me, but it's just like not. Maybe if I make it at 128, I can get some of the details on, but I doubt. I doubt a lot. Where the fuck do I have my emotes? Did I put them here? I may have. I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't. Yeah, you could. That would work. That would work. That's crazy. Sorry, every time I open this thing and I rediscover the fact that I did have a similar ID with recreating a bento grid about 3 years ago now. Is interesting. So the official thing is same as this, that the biggest one is 112, but we're still at 28 by 28. And so if I create this and I make sure that it is 28 by 28, which is bigger than what we currently have, and then move it up a tad, we have like similar, alignments everywhere. If I then take this for 56 and 112, I could get away with some details here and there, like adding a bit of a shadow on this thing or changing the overall effect, but I don't think I am. I appreciate it. Uh, I I think yes, but that's the issue. It's the products are interesting, the things are good, but I can't figure out how to showcase it to enough people, and therefore only a very limited amount of people are going to pay, which is not bad, you know, like people are paying, and I'm really grateful that people are paying, but it still is a very, very limited amount, and therefore this is kind of complicated to just have working all the times. But yeah, it's nice nonetheless. I'm not gonna lie. Um, yeah, I mean, as I mentioned last time, the goal right now is roughly to create 100 to 1,000 products that make me $1 a month each. Like that. Like if it's 1,000, it's $1 a month. If it's 100, it's $10 a month. Like that's basically the goal. So I'm making sure that I'm creating things that are useful to me, um, and that's it. that's the that's the main goal, and it potentially will happen at some point, but I doubt. But I also, you know, why not? So maybe, maybe. But yeah, that is my current plan. To be totally transparent with everyone, that is the plan. I just want to get paid enough. Uh, 2.53. Kinda. That works. I could do 3.2. Just alignments. Alignments. Yeah, the 4.6 was pretty good. Um, that's fine. 8 degrees is okay. Alignment is okay. Yeah. That I mean, I don't think this will happen, but it will also happen for sure because again, the goal is to make so much products that they just trickle cent here and there into my bank account. Um, you have a call? Have a good garage trip. We'll see you soon. I don't know what that is, but if it's good, if it works for you, and it does the job, uh, nothing against it. Let me bump that up to a 0.5 and bump that up to a minus 2.5, a bit higher. But yeah. That happens. That's what happened when you use too much tokens. I mean, it's the rule. It is the rule. That's fine. I guess the knot needs to have a bit of a texture to it, a bit of a something. So some shit like this could be interesting to just get a bit of a, bit of a separation with this thing, and then this thing in question could have a drop shadow, but that drop shadow is going to be cropped. So that's an up shadow with a -1 probably, or -2. A clip path, a -1 or 2, and then a safety here so I can check. Yeah, no, pretty good. Ah! It's not bad, but it's not great either. That gradient needs to be a bit more strong. To get that smoky effect with the shadow itself for the separation of concern in between the background and the foreground. That's an option. Let me check. Can I do this with that? Maybe that's the wrong button again. That's the wrong button again. God damn. With a bit of noise, obviously. Full density noise. Why not? Dual color would probably help. Normal blend. No fade. No fade. I just want this to be... you know what? The fade could be an option, but I can do that manually later. It doesn't really matter. Magnet, welcome on in. How are you? Welcome back. How have you been? How was your weekend? How is it? How is everything? Let's add that here. Yeah, like that. Nothing in the border. Let's change that to not tile but fill so that it has the texture. And then we can change that to something like overlay so that it gives us a bit of a texture thing. And I'm gonna use that again here on the knot as well for this, with the same thing. So fill, and probably with something like a screen, or I mean overlay would be okay based on the fact that we have something at the bottom. So again, that as an output here, this is way too strong and not necessarily a good thing. We just create that interesting texture in pixelated. There's still something that pisses me off with the dev, the fact that there is so much space above it compared to under it. Meh. Sometimes less good, but never bad is a good way of thinking about it. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Maybe if we create this one would work. It's a bit of a weird thing, but this one would work. If we create this, if we make, let's do no shadow for now, so that we have the thing. And then we make sure that we have that, you know. This is one of these that can be created and added through a BTTV7 TV long emote. That's an option. And I feel like it could work. But we would need like the anthropic things. Pot, hi, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? I don't like it. Did I? Because I don't remember if I have the anthropic icon added. I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't. I should. By now, we should have the AI Labs logo. Debshi, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? How is your weekend? It is. It is. The title implies it. I should just, you know. Mm-hmm. Not there. Tomorrow is yours. Great. Goddamn. Everyone at the same fucking time. That's what happened. That is what we have. Cool. So that's the thing. Then I'm taking that gradient and I'm placing it here, just on top. I feel like using that at a very small scale in between the two could be an option. So I'm gonna just do that. Exactly here. And then place it like somewhere. I feel like putting it here is not a bad idea. But it also doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Not really. No, I don't. I mean, I'm still a man, sadly, and we don't usually do anything about it. It's just it happens, but it has no significance to me based on how insignificant my dad made it for me. So, no choice. Basically, no choice. I like this. I don't like this. But yeah. Um, no. There is no real celebration between, I mean, guys and birthdays as a general thing is usually we don't really celebrate. It's just like we do something like we go to restaurants or we go to a bar or something. It's just like that's it. No real celebration like we used to do. So, you know, different stuff. Also, yes. Also, the French doesn't help. It is not, but it is some sort of a coping mechanism compared to everything else where we haven't been socialized to be uh, celebrating things, which I know is wild to say. But yeah, don't really celebrate. What happened if I do this? Make that white. If I had more space, it would work. If I had a tad more space, I could. I'm gonna create a duplicate of this for the sake of duplicating. But if I had a font right here, then the O was something like um, the outfit O, and let's make this, I don't know, enough so that it fits. If I then get the anthropic thing in the center, and it becomes the center of the O, as in, you know, the opposite of what we currently have here, that could work as an option. But I basically need to have just the O. Yeah. That's better. That's a bit of the thing that I had in my head in the beginning, but also, ugh. I don't know if that would work. Getting that gradient right there. No, not that. Not really. Um, Not really. I feel like what we had earlier was a bit better, like this. But uh-huh. This is easier. This is so much easier to create. Like that's a fine designer thing, you know? I don't know. That's a question we had at some point, and I don't have an answer. Why buttholes are the AI definitions uh, all the times. So
She's already here.
uh, I know I have it. Not there. Goddamn, here. We passed it earlier today. Nope, right there. That that works. You forget your ranges, you forget your alignments, you use the right fonts. If I add the R, again, we are losing the readability, I think, based on the fact that I need this to be uh, smaller then. But why not? I can do that. You want a CSS designer? You want You want that?
Who's scared when
No.
I call
No, I need that. Still. I don't have a best CSS dad mug thingy. I can't do that. Am I centered on this? I should be. That would help to sell the issue. 3-3 is fine. Hmm. I like this. I feel like it's fine. It's not the best, but it's okay. That's not gonna work. In between these two, I like this one better because it has the abstract things. I like this for the simplicity of what it could be. And they both are readable, but then you recognize the anthropic kind of blob. I guess. It could be a bit bigger. That's what she said. But then I feel like they should be together, and I should probably bundle them. But if I do so, I'm gonna have an issue. Basically, I need twice as much. I need this one that goes in the background to have the white outline, and I need this one to have no outline, so it's on top within the tag thing. I guess. I guess. I don't know. This is a very designer thing, so that's why it kind of works for me. Because then works better. This is good as well for the rendering. Choo. What else you want? We are in an emo mood apparently. I like this for the simplicity, and I like this for the recognition, recognizability of the Anthropic logo. I feel like that makes sense. And the font and the colors. They work together. Um, yeah, me too. What do you mean some channel themed 7TV emotes instead of the OHH? What is OHH? 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 I don't know what that means. I'm unsure. What hamster? What you talking about? I am so confused. We have a hamster? Oh, dang. Dang. I see. I get it. I get it. No, I like it. I like it. I keep it. I keep it. Um, maybe. Well, that basically goes into uh here. Is it underscore JT? Is it just JT? Or is it D? It's not. That's impressive. So it was probably um that's crazy. I am confused. Do I have TikTok open? I think I do, but it's fine. Basically on where is it? On the here. On this one. All you say to post so that I know that it's there, but he doesn't have a fucking bio. God damn it. Yeah, that's crazy. That crazy. Is it one fucking eye and I just mistaken that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't remember the landing page and so on. So that's gonna be a bit more complex to achieve. Um, yeah. The last post pin is from 2022, and this is from January 10th, so it's been a while. Do we have also, the reason why I'm trying to achieve and find Oli is I want his channel like is linked to Twitch, but apparently that doesn't exist anymore. God damn. Fuck. Basically, he has, or he had, I guess, emotes that are really designer related and were cool. So that might have been a thing, but apparently that is not a thing no more. So that is sad. That's sad. That's all. But yeah, he has emotes. That's all I'm saying. I guess DOLEJT is probably like the right option. But no. Alright, fuck it. We can't find it. I don't care. We don't have a lot of things that we can do, to be honest, without basically doing the same thing over and over. So, I'm gonna need a background so that I can see where things are. I'm gonna need the background to be red so that I can see where my border is. See if I can bump things up at 65, 45, my bad. Then that is an outline version of the thing, so this is gonna get the fuck out. And then probably gonna need to make it like this. Which font works with this? We need a fat like Tanker. I don't think I have Tanker. Am I going Impact just for the fun of it? No, it's not. It's not wide enough. Do I have flexible? I don't have flexible. I guess Impact it is. This is already Beba scenario. That's the thing. I need wider than Beba scenario, which is crazy. No, not there. I will kill some people. That's crazy. Alright, cool. Great. Ah, that's true. In order for me to place that properly, I'm gonna need this. I feel like metallic would be a pretty good option. White as well. In order to get this to be a bit thicker, I'm guessing a 0.2 or 0.5 could help us make it a bit more. This is something that you don't do. Please don't do that if you are using fonts. Don't do what I'm doing right now. This is a really bad thing. If you're a designer and you are just learning, please stop. Do not attempt. Do not recreate. This is made by a professional only. Um, that's right. That's right. I should do that instead. It's not a bad idea. This is not a bad idea. Maybe it could work. Um, it did. That's so sad. I was right. I was right. It was the handle. The reason why I'm like unsure about what I'm doing right now is the O is not really popping. So what we will want to have is a bit of a better potential texture when it comes to this. Um, it needs a bit more pink. I need to go just a smidge. Just a smidge. Ah, same fucking issues. This is so sad. Um, you need to fill that kind of void right there in order to make it work. But in order to make that work, that was a pretty good, I mean, that was a pretty good first try on that creamy pink, but it works. It worked. It's not great. It's not great, but it works. It's just the O. I don't know about the O. It doesn't look like an O. And if I do that, that's more like an O. But then it offset the view, and I don't know if I like it. I can't really rotate it in there. I guess the only thing that I could potentially do for this to work, but that's like a U. Like I'm trying to get the ligature to work, that I can place it in the center, in which case it's fine. If I rotate it to make it kind of vertically working, this looks too much like a U. Like I need something like this, a -6 or some sort, to make it make sense. If I place it here, it's fine. If I place it there, that's also fine-ish. That's the best option for the placement and the white space. It showcased the M and the A properly compared to earlier. So it's a bit of a better rendering, I guess. And then this one could be good if it was black. They don't work with what I wanted to have. This is the land where the wicked are punished after death. Nah. It works. It's just tiny. That's the thing. Again, the usual, when looking at it in pixelated view, it is tiny. But it works. That's broken. That's crazy. That's still broken. Dang. These ones needs to remain at 1 instead of being bundled with something else. So that's kind of sad in their alignments. But then these things are supposed to work and they don't. Like that alignment, the amount of space that I see here is supposed to be what I see here as well, but that is bigger. So there is change when it goes up, which makes no sense. Might need 3 here, and we might need, like, this is good. This is not nice. I think this is good for the devs. Not gonna lie, I think this is pretty good for the devs. I think this is pretty good for me, as in not a dev. The A didn't go through, so we could potentially get the A with this. But it's already really busy. Busy. So I don't know. It kind of works, but it's not best. I'm making channel emotes. I'm making things that are good. The thinking here is the another dev needs to be the most designed thing, and the designer needs to be the least designed things. So that's basically the idea. You know, details is counting, not here. um, at 100%, this is very, very complicated. Very complicated. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but if you do like your scale, I have animated slots. Apparently, we have more animated slots. I just don't have the brain power for animation. that's that's what it is. I can't do more animations. I don't think long smile is used enough. Doesn't exist either. Like most people are not using any of these. We are just using the shocks most of the times and or the high because that's what people are. This one sometimes in the crime using that often, so I'm guessing I can remove. Nope. Uh, I could probably remove the smirk, even though it's fine, and the dead is the shock, so we can do that. But then the skull is kind of shit, so I'm gonna remove the skull as well. And no one dropped today. I forgot if the caps is a good idea, but I guess it works. I guess it works. Done. Will take a bit of time to populate your side of things, but that is there. That is there. I I do think having them animated would be a good idea for sure. Um, I just can't be asked. Just can't be asked to animate the fucking thing. That is true. That is true. It is. It is working. Are you gonna drop with the not a dev? I guess you are. God dang. Congrats. Congrats. I mean, congrats. I'm not making it. That is for sure. That is for sure. Yep. Never making it. I think this is the first time I'm reaching the 90s, so good for me. Good for me. Um, done. Done. I guess it's a landing. It's a landing part. Hmm. I don't know what the clip is. I can't. I can't clip things. That's you. Yeah, that's the. It's probably the start. I don't know. I don't know. That's probably the length of the things, but still, I don't. It just. It's bad. It is bad. I don't name my commits. I wouldn't name my clips either. It's not something I do. This is not something I'm doing. Um, Also these ones, I don't like that, but fine. Yeah, something's missing. I feel like something is as if we needed one more. One more dev related. These two are basically designer related. This one is dev related. What else? What else dev related can we have? The other thing that I have in my head is this is going to take 20 minutes and it takes 20 years, but that's too long. And that's not it's not a very easy thing to represent. Uh, and that other thing doesn't work for most of you, so I can't use it. I can't use it. I also remember this. This was crazy time. Crazy time. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Any ideas for the dev related emotes? Something that makes sense. I don't want like a git push or shit like this. Um, hmm. I mean, we could we could simply take the regular um, animated emote creator thingy and use the easy animate thing to go through the Claude logo, the cursor logo. Um, but I feel like this is potentially against terms of services. So I don't know. The fact that I already have the Figma logo inside of my emotes, potentially not really good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea whatsoever. The designer is good for you though. That's gonna piss off some people. I could also have done something like that. Yeah. This is such a small detail that no one sees. Damn, that was close. That was close. Yeah, but you see, there are some things that are different. Like, they are not the logos themselves. Mm-hmm. That's a nice flower. I'm not gonna lie. This needs a lot more specific. Yeah. I mean, the test pass makes sense. The CJ makes a lot of sense. First try makes a lot of sense as well. The content makes a lot of sense because it's content for YouTube. Laugh in Entropic. I don't know. Probably not a good idea, nonetheless. Probably not a good idea, nonetheless. I could create stickers with this. I'm not gonna lie, this is a pretty good sticker on paper. Like something that could go into a MacBook on the back of a MacBook Pro for a designer that is doing some vibe coding all day. If I'm thinking stickers can't fix your printer is a good option as well. Has always been. But yeah. Nox, we're calling in. How are you? How's the day going? How is everything? Like if I get, let's say I'm getting these two into a frame, which is bad already, but you know, whatever. And then get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get that out. And I doubt. Yeah, that's gonna be weird. Sorry. Can I unionize them? I don't think I can. I don't think I can do that. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's better. I mean, what would be better is an illustration of a printer in the background. That's for sure. But am I gonna do that? Probably not. Where are my devices? I thought I made one. I know I did one for the icon things, but now obviously. Oh, I did. I did. I did. I did do one. Um, we are pretty good. As I was saying, I was on it. I'm still on it. uh, it's going okay. Not best. There are stuff that just don't work, and I don't really understand why. And I'm not the biggest fan of things like this. The fact that you have sub scrolls within the settings feels like this is a bit of a mistake. And there are probably a lot of settings that I need to address one by one. Basically, here, the fact that you have small, medium, and large is a good thing. The state is a good potential, but it's not necessarily something that you want to have. The only thing that would make sense is, do you want to make it disabled, or do you want to see how it looks when it's focused on keyboard? But that is the thing. And then on top of that, it's just like, is it in error state or not error state? And when you look at the error state, for example, you should also place the helper in error state. Like that should be going with it, but it's not the case. So, for example, that's the thing. Though, yes and no. I feel like the overall layout of the page is almost good, but not great. And this is like wide and taller, wider. This is taller than the page it's on itself, so it would be somewhere around here for the end. So nonetheless, it will be scrollable elements. That's the first thing. But most importantly, it needs to be like potentially more aligned with. That's a funny part. If I use the line UI for that specific use case, and I go into the doc and the introduction, when you look at their components documentations, where they have the things on this side and this sidebar for the quick access of the sections, maybe this is the type of thing that I need to have with that sidebar being fixed, as you just mentioned. And that sidebar being the my quick access sidebar here, so that you can basically have like a bit of a more condensed thing in the center. That's probably what's gonna need to happen. But yeah, for now, I don't know. The other thing is, most of these things don't really use um, the components themselves. Like this is the tabs, so that makes sense, but this is the card, and then it doesn't really load the rest of the content, and that makes absolutely no sense. And it's just weird. It's just weird in terms of how it's currently behaving. So I I need to work on the documentation, which is the thing that I hate the most. Um, but it is necessary, and then once that's done, we should be good, and it should be releasable. But I still haven't figured out how to do the NPM stuff, so that's gonna take a while as well. As well, nonetheless. So, like we have good progress so far. Good progress so far. What I was about to do is this, potentially get the printer. in the background is something that I would see as a potential. I basically need the top and the bottom to figure out that this is a printer. So I basically need this. And that's not good enough. That's never gonna work. So if I don't do that, I do this and I encapsulate it within something, or I do this and I make sure that this thing is floating for now. Maybe, but it's not good. Not gonna lie, this is not. This is not it. I don't think this is a good idea either. I am not gonna lie. I don't see that be an option. Um, hmm. Yeah, no, 4 is the only option here. And that -2 is going to be the option there. And that 5 is going to be the best option. 5 to 4. Potentially to get the angle. When you do 4, you lose the Y. Even though Y is the regular thing and it makes sense. But you kind of need to have it. You need the tail, otherwise it becomes a V. Which, not necessarily the same letter that you want. So, yeah, welcome back, Phils. How's the car doing? Car be done? Car be good? Good. We have made some emotes in your absence. Some things have happened. Uh, yep. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I feel like the configs your printer cannot be an anthropic colors. So we could probably most likely need some sort of a blue-ish color uh, for what it is. And so getting into a 205 or 200 might be a better option. That you get like the proper things, but I don't know. Yeah, the HP color, or you still don't want to be trademarked, so something that is more blue. More blue makes sense. Probably makes sense. I mean, it could be I don't know if we have, yeah, that one, the low ink thing as an option. And if that's the case, then it's 1434. Probably a better fit with that. The thing is, how's it named? Oh my God. These things, they, is potentially an interesting thing. Specifically if you have like one of them that is pretty dull. What? Yeah, that's the one that I had in mind. That's gonna be way too big. Yep. This is such a basic designer thing that I feel like using the square one would be a better option. But then it doesn't make any sense. You know. Yeah, this is such a classic thing. I know so many designers that have this thing tattooed on their on themselves. So, you know. I mean, it's not the same, but you know, we do have the colors at times for no reason. No reason whatsoever. That's a 32 by 32. God damn it. God damn it. I did. But I only have to do that once. So we've used, like, as designers, we've used so many of these print related stuff for tattoos and other activities, and I'm like, I don't know if it's useful. I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if it will work. That's just how it is. I don't know. That is absolutely wrong. That's giving us a half pixel on the edge on a 28. So, not necessarily good. Maybe I need this to be inside and a 0.5, but same issue on this. I guess. Maybe. Maybe. If I do 1, 1, that's gonna be wild. as a weird thing. And then 1, 1. One, and then we're not there. That's working. It's weird placement, but it does the job. It does the job. The fun on this one, or, I mean, yeah. Pentones, when you're using the Xcode that is provided with them, you basically see them as if it was the thing. The issue is that it depends on your display. So Pantone don't mean shit in digital. They are useful for print, and that's it. That's about it. Yeah, something like this would be cute. That's a very designer thing to do again. I'm not. I'm not. Right now, not really. I mean, here, yeah, kind of. These two, kind of. This one is more for digital than print. If I was truly creating this for print, there is a ton of things that I would change. Let's be real. There is a ton of things that I don't really explain here in how I decided to do this, but this is really bad. That's the most important part. Basically, having this effect within the text is never going to render properly, and it's probably going to blotch everything in the rendering the same way that when I'm rendering in pixelated, it has some texture, but not that much. So that's something that will never render properly, and I would rather not attempt than have this here. So I would probably make this a gradient that is a bit better. However, I know based on past experience that gradients in print are most of the time never gonna render properly, and you're gonna have gradient bending the same way that you have in Firefox. So gradients are gonna go out of the window very fast, depending on the print, depending on the manufacturer, and so on. So I would also avoid this. Then the shadow is a gradient technically, And the feasibility of this, if you wanted to create that as a print, as a sticker, it would be better to create a sticker like this and a sticker like that and sell both as a kit. Like you receive this one, which is a very straight thing, and then you receive this one, which is also a very straight thing. Doesn't really matter. This one doesn't have a shadow at all. And you can then combine them to create the output that you wanted to have if you want to. But yeah, like that would be the way to make sure that you have something that is reusable and easily put in place. This one, however, is a lot more combined together, and it would be okay to have the shadow inside because it doesn't render in between the elements. So that's basically the reason the shadow would not exist. Could exist here, but I would also probably not do that for the same reason. Like there is a ton of things in there that don't render properly, so that is easier to render into. It's not good either, so you know. But then depending on the printer, the person that is printing the thing, maybe there would be some gold foil, maybe there could be some holographic things, maybe there could be other stuff that is more fun to play with. But yeah, it would be a combined stuff, nonetheless. This is not a sticker that I would sell. This potentially, I would need to work on the pattern in the pulp for sure. But potentially, why not? Why not? Because it's bad, yes. That's the reason not. For sure. Yes, you said that. You said that. So I'm guessing you did this. Good job. Good job. That's debatable, but that's fine. Not this one. You didn't fix this one, though. But that's good. That is good. That stays the same color. I would say yes. If you have threads, I would open it the same way that you open this thing, so that you have like a consistent icon on the top will open sidebar, and that makes sense. Your brain will say, okay, cool. That's the same thing. That's the same behavior. Because right now I can do that. It's a bit more complex. So basically, if you have everything in one sidebar, it means that if you go from here to here, it closes this one and open or replace the content with this one. So that makes more sense. The search might be a bit tiny. But that's... Yeah, you have your Command K already, so getting a Command K thing, why not? Also, Kane, going back to what I said earlier, see this? This is the reason why I said AI is doing this mistake, making this mistake things all the time. It's really wild. that the character just doesn't want to go through. It doesn't. You decided to go with no radius added. I see. I see. Fine. 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 Good job. Good job on alignments. Everything seems to be good. There are stuff that I would personally change, but that might be a because of me thing and not a thing that I would recommend you do. But you decide. If I take a look, let me zoom in on this thing. If I take a screenshot of that and place it somewhere around here, my instinct is basically this. Based on my username, I would put me here, and I would put this here. But then again, this is also like right now, it's really arbitrary. It is probably because my name is in lowercase all the time. Whereas yours or Stony, for example, will have what we call wave in the words. So you have letters that are taller than others. A and O are the same size. So it aligns well, I would say. But yeah, like you could just realign this right there. Yeah. So it's not much, as always. Like it's very much a small change, but it sometimes, for some users, including myself, it contracts things, and you have a sentiment that is more like coherent, and these things belong together. Whereas this is a bit more all over the place. But depending on the username, it might change, and I don't really know. I kind of would need to have a preview of that with another name just to check if that changes my perception or not. But, you know, it kind of does. It kind of does. You have your flex one. With the flex grow. But you don't really have gaps because of the flex, I think. So I would need to get, I will take a look at that. I would need to get Probably a padding. Uh, maybe not a padding. Maybe a margin. Nope. It's basically the flex. Sorry. That's interesting. I don't know what that is, but that's interesting. Yeah, I would still move it down because it looks too high. Um, it looks too high. It is the gap, you're right. I thought it was there. Is it in the... In that? In the flex situation? That doesn't seem to work on the proper thing. I do have selected the right thing. Is it within that? No. Oh, the flex is this way. I see. Yeah, you can't do that either. I get it. I get it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna figure it out. We are going to figure it out. I just forgot um what it is, but it's fine. Um it is fine. Mm-hmm. I mean, the padding of -8 pixel is never gonna work. So Mhm. Yep. Still not the thing. Not the thing. That's better. That is that is better for my visual alignments. There's also something weird, but I know what it is, and it's not really an issue. It is, but it's not really. Um, but the avatar doesn't look like it's a true square. It looks like it's squished by 1 pixel. That's what I tried to figure out a second ago, but it seems okay. like going from here to here, like very much pixel to pixel. Let's put it at 40% because I don't really have the options. And then if I just get that at 1 pixel less and move it down by half a pixel. So I'm just gonna move that up by 0.5 and then crop it here and crop it at the bottom. You know, regular things, regular behavior. Now if I move that down, we are perfect. And this is 96. And if I do 96 by 96 and I ensure that I'm like on the pixel, it is perfect and no issues there. But because of this element and the A in the center, it looks like it's squashed. And the reason is there is more space on the top than there is space on the bottom on the quadrants there. And so, yeah, it's just a visual issue. It is perfectly centered and placed and so on. But yeah, Jerome, hi, welcome in. How are you? How's the day going? I did land earlier today. It wasn't really planned, but I did land. So, might be the day. Today might be the day. We have interesting. Have a good pizza. Have a good pizza. But yeah, it looks squished. A 10. It doesn't. It isn't. That's the most important thing. It isn't squished whatsoever. But yeah. So that's a nice change. And since the pizza is done, we can wait. Wait, let's move that to a place that is a bit more on its own, right about here. But you know, other than that, good. Console me gave bad reference internally. That's really bad. That is really bad. If today you received a message that they actually wants to talk to you, that sounds like a not really good situation. And I'm like sad about it. Sorry to hear that. It could go either way. It could go I made a mistake. I thought you were someone else and I didn't recommend you for something. Or we don't need your skills anymore and we're gonna let you go after the delay period that is probably 3 months, depending on where you are. I would say if you want to stay at that client specifically, nothing unless you have signed a contract specifically. But nothing stops you to get in contact with the client directly instead of going through the system that you have currently, if I'm not mistaken. It's weird. It's weird. It makes no sense. I'm sorry to hear. Ah. I know it's how consulting works, but yeah. Ugh. Ugh. I hate it. I noticed that you also have removed the, the lock. That's good. That is good. Um, these ones are not secure. That's crazy. Yeah, mentally bad. It's never a good idea. Never a good thing. We are looking at what Phil has created, which is Yolka.app. Um, and it's Discord replacement with more security built in. More encryptions, more stuff. And there are stuff that I'm really not happy with. uh, I haven't announced it, but I have. Yes, I just said that. I just says you removed the locks, which is good. Um, I'm still not really happy with the green lock at the top. I feel like it's very prominent, as if I need to look at this, even though it's not the case. But I get it. Um, yeah, I've started a new project on Friday, Thursday. I would say Thursday. Um, and it's okay. It's a good start. But that might stop some of your side projects as well. uh, I'll see if I can make it work. Right now, it's not good, and it doesn't really do what I want it to do, but I have the base. Um, as I said before you came in today, my goal right now is to create either 100 projects that are making me $10 a month, or 1,000 projects that are making me $1 a month. And that's the situation. So if I have an idea, I'm gonna build the thing and see if it works. So yeah, the latest one is a Mac app. It's a Mac only app. So you are safe, but it's a Mac only app. I will talk about it as soon as I have a lot more content in it. But for now, it's a surface level thing. The goal is also to have it work on the iPhone at the same time, so that you can communicate between the two with the data that I'm trying to capture. But it's not working, so right now I'm just Mac OS only. And fuck Windows, like the usual with me. I can't be bothered with building for Windows. So yeah, not gonna happen. So yeah, macOS only for now. I think if you want to keep the green, which is fine, by the way, not gonna lie, this is fine. Um, I would go with the green, like 900 or something that is a lot more darker. Like you have the 700 that is usable here. So I would probably just do that instead as a starting point. That already feels a bit better to me for visibility's sake. But if it's just me, and right now that's the case, I would go pure white at like something along the line of 25%, 24% with a properly made icon, which is not this, but that's fine. Um, and right now this is like color based, so I would basically have this at 100% and then just have an opacity at 24% right here, so that it just works. But that just hints that this is an option. And on hover, it goes 100%, and you have the tooltip that tells you exactly what it is. But that's that's what I would do. The only thing that is a bit potentially not good with that methods is that 24% is usually used for disabled state. So it could, in some users, if they don't know, or if they are used to the previous thing, which again, you don't have thousands of users just yet, I think, in which case it's fine. But if you go from here to here, and it has like the transparency thing, then it's fine. But yeah, I would say that's the thing that I would do. Similar to the icon colors, basically, that are here. Like would use the same thing instead of green. That green is very bright. So yeah, the rest is good. The rest is good. You can invite people and right click. This is something that I haven't clicked on before. Selecting the server is making its image smaller within because the border is coming in, which is interesting. That menu has two options. You can either invite or leave the server, but you don't have any other things. And then you have invite here, and then you have invite here. So you can invite people in 3 different places. I'm not against it, but it's a lot. It's a lot when you. I mean, if your goal is to get as many people as possible into the product, this is good. A right click would allow for inviting people. Um, a click on this thing would allow for inviting people, and a click on this thing will allow for inviting people. So everything is doing the job that it needs to do. But yeah. That might be the only thing that is confusing from a Discord point of view. Users that are currently using Discord are used to this system of the settings here are related to my account, but also related to the server that I'm in a way. Like there is a duality of settings in multiple places where I can change some of the thing of how I'm displayed in that server and so on. I don't know if you want to do the same thing. I don't think it's a useful thing to have. I'm gonna be real with you on this one. I think if you have an identity as yourself, you kind of want to have it in other people's servers. But to me, the ability to have like different names and different things in different servers in Discord is something that is reserved to either troll or hackers that want to pass as someone else. So that's the reason why I'm not really happy with these features. Um, but you do you. But that's a thing. I don't know. I don't know, but it's fine. As we said also, as we said earlier last week, I think there was um, we saw a GitHub repo that is basically a Discord clone that you can fork and have the entirety of the thing. So if you wanted to do that at some point, maybe do that. I will say that now because I feel like it's the right timing. If I am building something and you're building something similar or identical, I am not going to tell you to stop building your things. I am pretty much most of the time going to encourage you to do the things because it creates not competition, but more options for the users. And then they will select the one that makes sense for them. And depending on your specific use case, you will probably create something that is more adapted to your needs, and I will create something that is more adapted to my needs. And so, yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like today, I don't think I will be able to find this thing now. I don't even know if I like the fucking thing. Today I went onto can I do that? I went onto a website that I didn't know before because something was weird in what I was looking at. And so right here, that popped on my feed, specifically that website. And I clicked on it because some of these icons look extremely familiar. As in extremely, extremely familiar to the point where I'm like, is it the icons that I made that have been reused from there? Or that? And the main point is, or the main one that basically jump out to me are these. Because that bounce is something that I arbitrarily made. Jonathan, welcome on in. And when you're looking at that bounce for animation, it's just flipped. But it's roughly the same thing. And then these keyframes are, I don't know if they are above or under. These keyframes are really similar. And when you look closely, obviously I have the edges that are, you know, I have the fallback that they don't have. They are doing something very flat and so on, and that makes sense. But then I looked at other things, and they have had other elements like these, which obviously they look like anything else because, you know, it's just, it makes sense. But there are some details here and there, and I'm like, this looks very close. So either we have created the same thing at the same time, and that's an option, you know, it's always something that happens. Or I don't know. I don't remember where the CPU is. Like this thing and this thing, they are very much similar. The AI stuff is 3 prongs, not 4. Like it's, you know, a lot of details that looks very similar to one another. But then again, they have a good collection. Everything looks pretty good. They have stuff that I made and I didn't think that it would be a common icon, like the trailer. And now I see a set of trailers right there, and I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe that's similar. Maybe it's something that's similar, but they have a ton more icons than what I have. So then again, I don't know. And I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like a copy or something. It's just, it's more options. And if in there is more options for you, and it happens to be created after the fact, doesn't really matter to me. And for you specifically, if if you want to build something, you know, it's an option. The fact that I'm fast doesn't mean it's good or better or that you can't do the same thing. Yeah. And also, yes, that animation is saying doing them. Very classical thing. Very classical thing. Yeah, like I mean, delivery thing. For Johnson specifically, when we had that, and then looking at like the way that the packages are made, how I did them, and how they are here. I'm like, there are similarities. Same thing for the trucks. But then again, you don't have 60,000 options to create, you know? That is good. I mean, that might be good. I don't know. That might be good. Like that pissed me off as well. Good. Then great. Then good news. Ah, yeah, there is like such details that I'm like, that is crazy. Is it did I put that in space? I think I put that in space. Which where you at space? Sports sound space right there. Like this is the way that I've always done my sections icons since I don't know 6 years ago, and then I look at that and I'm like, that's very close. It's just the other angle so that it doesn't match, but it's very close. And the others are kind of similar. The thing that I'm seeing most of the time is the amount of dots. These IDs for the Meteor is something that we have done a long time ago, and you can see how they look here. It's similar, but again, it's the same. It's the same concept. At the end of the day, we have similar IDs, making sure that we have like different places on the globe, and I'm making sure that we have different places on the globe as well. So, like that headset. It's kind of similar, in it. I feel like the one that jumped at me was these ones because the furniture is subjective, but not necessarily like a bad thing or a good thing. It's just like I know I made some mistakes here and there when it comes to how I have defined the icons that we have, and I see that they are extremely close. So like that's one of the mistakes that I would have made, or I would have said I made. And when you look at this wave with the same curve, yeah, it's I think this might be shark based on the fact that it's like um it's sharp right here, and for me it's more wave because it has like the curve of the wave similar to these ones, but we never know, and it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we are creating icons, and the icons needs to look similar, and they will end up similar anyways, always. So that's the thing. What? God dang. Like some of them are so specific that I'm like, this is the mistake I made. Like I recognize how I make a truck or how I make a car, and it's nothing like these. So they have something that is very, very good. However, that bike is it's kind of similar. And dang, it's not the same. I'm getting the saddle on the back, and they are getting it on the front, like the tank is in the front. But goddamn, close. Um, that's cool. That is a good news when that happens. I've seen that. I mean, some of the companies that I used to work at are still using the apps, the logos, the design that I've made now almost 10 years ago. So that's nice. Like, I mean, the one that I use as a reference most of the time is Foxy. Um, and obviously, when I'm looking for it, um, this one is still using the logo that I made in 2013. And it's a very old thing, but they have like added a lot of options, new games, new things, new whatever. It's still there. So, you know, it happens. It's a nice discovery every time. Nonetheless, this is pretty cool. Not gonna lie, this UI kit, I mean, not the UI kit because the UI kit doesn't really exist, but the icons is pretty good. They have things like presets and so on um, that are useful to make things faster. So that's good, but $60, I mean, why not do that? Um, yeah, no, Nikon for each kind of teeth. It's not that common. Um, the the only way now that I can know if a product that does icon is a copy of mine is this. If we have some titties. If I see a new icon kit that comes out and it has some titties, there is no way. Like, I, there is no way. If I have any of these things in the icon kits, it's just, yeah, it's a nice one. If you have like a magic wand, if you have vibes, if you have like a bead strings, um, the probability is very, very low of regular designers being willing to put that into their stuff. So it makes sense, if everything is there, and I wish I could just search, but I can't. And yeah. But if I see some of that, I would be like, okay, I know it's a duplicate, and it's fine. But maybe in the medical, there could be something. That's it. They have done like a ton of really interesting thing for their charts, for example, like these candle charts is a very cool representations. They have all of the options for the rendering. Like these are really good. So again, yeah, I'd use that. I know you're talking about something else, but yeah. um, as I said, mainly, or at least for me, since we are building icons, you don't have 60 options. You need an icon for a steering wheel or the engine, then you will get the engine right there, right? Really much similar. And you will get your steering wheel very much similar as well. They have done a curved to the bottom. God damn. Similar things, nonetheless. So, yeah, there are needs for icons types, and sometimes that's all you have. Same thing is if for some reason at some point there was the No Mercy logo floating in, then I'd recognize that. Yeah, in the medicals there could be some things, but no. Someone dropped today and landed at 98 or 93, right in the center. And that someone was me. So, can you fuck off? Sorry, there is a bit of a fly thingy, and I don't know what it is. I don't like things that fly. So, anyways. Anyways. My bad. My bad. Better green. Better green in there. That makes a lot more sense for readability and so on. I need to pee. Give me a second. I'll be back. Anyways, most of the things are done. That's pretty good. I still think there are some stuff all around where it's just a me thing and it doesn't really matter, and others that just would make things better. Um, in terms of rendering the alignment. So if I was to do, and I don't know if I can do that, I might just do that as a very brute force situation. That's an option to me. I'm gonna put that here for the sake of right there. So if you have this,
Catex Soho just
okay,
resubscribed for 43 months. Damn.
goddamn, welcome in, welcome back. How was, first of all, what the fuck was you streaming yesterday? This is not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to stream on Sundays. What happened? I mean, I know it was your 4 years. Congrats. But goddamn, streaming on a Sunday. Goddamn. Um. So, in my me being me situations, and I'm gonna use that a lot. You have a 12 pixel padding at the top, for example, right here, and I'm gonna use a 20% so that it just doesn't really change anything. And that is pretty good so far. And then at the bottom, you probably would need a 20 or 12 pixel padding as well, which you kind of have right here. Right? It's pretty good. But then this isn't aligned with that 12. So I would just drop that down to make more sense. And the side things are kind of the same situation where if you just said, you have it at 12 as well, so then that makes sense. You get the rendering that you need, and then you basically have 12 again, right about here. So that's pretty good. But for some reason, your bottom space isn't at 12, and then your next space, if your divider was right here, because it's 2 point, you would be at 12, 12, 12, perfectly aligned with your fourth thing. But it's not the case. Your current alignment is 16, which to my standards is good, but right there would make a lot more sense, which now misaligns some of the other things, which is fine, but whatever. But if you have that at 12, it means that your header right there should potentially get to here. So you are basically adding on top of your existing header current size, you would be adding 16 points in height, which is a lot. A lot of height lost per se, but that's a thing that you could potentially do to make things look more aligned and so on. And same thing at the bottom. For me, when I'm looking at this thing right there, if I do at 12 there, at a minimum, I would expect this element to reach that point. In which case, same situation, you have roughly 18 points of additional space that would bump the content up. Not saying that it's like necessary, but why not? It's basically that simple. Why not just do it anyways? And then from there, you can align that element within what you need to take, which will align it with this thing right there. I mean, to me, that's the type of thing that I would probably do most of the time, making sure that you have every single alignment in every single composition that work together. So this thing here is going to be my settings for my profile. This thing here is going to be my input, but it's contained into something that is also 78 in height. I would probably go at 80, but you know, why not? This thing here is a 48 by 48, which matches the rest of the 48 by 48 that we have, in which case we have alignment and we are fine with this. So that's the small additions. If you have multiple servers, I wouldn't mind getting the smaller amount of space that you have right now, which is currently at 8, or even go at 6 because your spacing are currently 12. So having 6 based differences. Let me bring that back up. So if that's your element and you just have 6 right there, it's recognizable enough that these are servers that you don't need to spread them at 12 each. So, you know, like people recognize that these things are servers. So when you have like your corner radius, which is probably 12 as well, based on what I see all around the platform right now. I will, yes. So something here, for example, at 6 would make more sense for the alignment. And then based on that alignment that I'm kind of talking about, if I'm getting that as my height, I got 8 and 2, so that means I basically need 6, 5, 5. 5 at the bottom, 5 at the top, so these are more aligned. So the input field would be centered with that small element right there. So, you know, aligning shit, aligning shit all together. The rest is fine. You have 16 here. You probably have 16 here as well on your setup. Kinda, you have 15. Goddamn. But everything else is fine. This is pretty good. This alignment is debatable because you currently have 16, and if you wanted to keep that 12 all around, it's just like it's not much. It's just like 4 pixels of difference, which might change how you perceive this whole thing. But you know, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it works, it works. Like that's all you need. It's almost centered. And so with that alignment, with that thing, let me give you some cyan on this. This one, take the 12 as well to match with these. With dashed. Yeah, roughly. That's roughly it. That alignment is kind of weird for the sake of where it is. If we want it to be like a bit more aligned with the content, I would probably move things down a bit. So reduce that to somewhere around here. Makes more sense. Meaning that there, I would reduce, I know, I would reduce the input field. Could you believe that? That's crazy. Reduce the input field to match, and then that one is fine so far. Like it's a neat enough button. But if you just want 12 so that you have 8 in between the two, makes a lot more sense. This thing as 48 is not necessarily a good idea, so you make that like 40, which is your case. Small element. Set it. You would need one of these. So everything would go there as well. And on the other side, same thing. You basically use the 12 for the track, for the scroll view, or for the scroll bar itself. So based on this element, same thing, you have like enough space in between these two things to get like your alignment proper. Shouldn't take a lot of effort. But yeah, and then this still pisses me off, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. This is really bad. This element right there is, for some fucking reason, is so bad. And I don't know why. It's just... It could be good. And I think it's just the content, mostly. Like... Its content is fine, but that's it. It could be better than this. It could be aligned with what you have here, like that. That thing right there as a hover state. Also, god damn, what is this? Can you see that corner radius that is peeking on the side of that element when I'm zooming in? Is that visible on stream? Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. What the fuck is that? So something like that, but not broken. Or something like this element being here, like on the other side of the input field, through an icon that is the text icon or the typography icon or something. Which is probably going to be right about... I don't have the T for text. I just have the B for bold. So I'm going to use the B for bold for now. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Bitch, get out. Get the fuck out. So if that's your icon for the face, right? If you just do this and on click on the T, that should be the T. I'm gonna just create the T icon for the sake of having it because goddamn. Can I do that? Is that an option? Dang. Basically. Um, basically, that's the thing. You would have your text related stuff right here, which would be only triggered when necessary. Um, and so that's the first thing. The second thing is the same element because I'm in my head, and that's more complex to create. So good luck. um, Whenever you are highlighting text within your block of message, I would say um, if I do this and I highlight this, I want that behavior. Basically, that's the behavior that I see so often in text editor of just, okay, you have highlighted a piece of text, which probably implies that you want to do something about it. You can either delete it or do some specific styling for this element that you have selected. And that makes so much more sense than having it always displayed, because it doesn't really make any sense. The probability of someone starting a message with inline code is unlikely, not impossible, but unlikely, and it's probably more likely for you and Stony specifically when you want to just, share the right thing. But it's so fast to put in place that if you select the element, you can do a Control A, and then you have that thing that is floating above. That could make a lot more sense. So that would end up being somewhere around here, and I'm going to use sign for that as well, as a highlighted thing. So it just floats whenever. And if you looked at Discord, for example, they don't even have the text editor on this side. They just have, when you highlight the text, it does something. And obviously these systems that are like Markdown, basically, with the caret thing that I can't type, but like the thing for the code, for example, if you type it, if you know what they are and you type them, then it does what they are supposed to be. If you do, which is your case, by the way, if you do this and then you text, it creates that comment situation that is good. So, like that's a good system. If people know, they would use it. If they don't know, they would highlight to do the thing that they want to do. And you don't have to bother them visually with all of that. That's a different thing. That makes sense. Makes sense. I will need to do that for the sake of you having the right height, but that end up being the exact same height, top and bottom, which is not bad at all. Not bad at all. And so here, if I'm expecting, not that, if I'm expecting my buttons to be, let's do 72 on that as well, and then pure right, and I want my buttons to be, if I say 12 pixel all around, that's put them there, which is like too big of a button. We basically want our buttons to be 36 to 38. that's gonna be the thing. These would be my buttons right there in terms of placement. Yeah. Alignment wise, this would be much better. Yeah. Is everything in the same thing? Yes, it is. Yeah. So the main important thing, at least for me, is ensuring that you have, I'm talking to Claude in a way, in my head, ensuring that you have consistent spacing around stuff. Most of your spacing and corner radius are 12 points, so retaining that 12 points all around any of the elements will make a lot more sense for consistency in order to create more distance and in order to make some elements more friendly and easy to use. You can use 16, which is what you currently have here with your search elements, for example, but then you have this one that is probably at 8 based on what I can tell right here. 8 to, yeah, 8 on the side, so it's like bigger because you are hovering or you have it selected so that your eyes are picking it up, which makes a lot of sense. That's good. Bottom size, same situation. Things needs to be just centered within that container so that everything else is centered as well. And if you don't want to have that whole container be like that big, you could say, I just want this to be like smaller overall and center the content within there. That would work as well. It's the same thing. It's just like making it 48, the same size as the ad server, the same size as the input field, same size as the button basically, which is 40. So ensuring that everything is along the line of that same similar 12-ish base. So you will have things at like 2 point in spacing, which is your divider right here. You would have things at 6 points, which are right here in between the two. You will have things at 12, which is like your most biggest majority of things. Some 8, 10s here and there for specific elements, just based on this is a highlighted element, so it needs to be bigger. You could go from 16 to 6, so 10 point bigger instead of 8, so it still match the regular points that you have, but it doesn't really matter. And then the only thing that I haven't touched on is the inside of the chat, which I feel like should probably take another 12. So personally speaking, I would probably say within the chat window, right about here, I would add something like an additional 12 all around, so that it insets the entirety of the messages and makes everything like more consolidated within where the user is supposed to be looking at. So that's a potential addition right there to inset the content, ensure that it is good. Tickle, welcome on in. Good baguette first thing in the day. God damn it, that is crazy. How are you? How was the weekend? Let me send you this one as well, because small addition, small stuff, you know. right there could help. Tiny differences. Mm. Yes. Um, that inset is is probably a good thing as well. But um, I think the overall implementation, if you do it by hand, is going to take not so long because it's mainly checking things here and there. Um, but overall, it's probably going to take no time. And if you ask an AI to do that for you, you will probably end up with a lot more mistake than you thought. So, if it's by hand, it's going to take more time, but it's fine. It is fine. So overall, yeah, I think from my point of view, that's the thing that is kind of jarring for me when I'm looking at it. You will probably not have um, that much content. Why did that happen? How did that happen? That's crazy. Sorry, the arc window just disappeared out of nowhere right there, and I don't know what happened. Um, but yeah, no, nonetheless, that's good. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate. I'm gonna get out very soon as well. But yeah, take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. We will see you soon. Um, let me check the date. The day. Yeah, it's subtle. It is subtle. Can I do that there? Can't really. You're pretty good. So you're 90% of the way there. That's the thing for me. It's just like everything is pretty good. You might just get a better output by um, simply move some things around, realign some elements by like a pixel or two, and that's it. So maybe, maybe not. I don't think I have. Hmm. So basically, you take that, you drop it in there, and it gives you the SVG. That's crazy. And now we have missing fonts, but we have everything else. I didn't see that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty good. Obviously, I'm gonna complain, but that's really useful. I mean, the base of pencil being something that is um, really an HTML and CSS thing will 100% makes a lot of sense to ensure that you have the ability to just export the content directly, and that makes so much more sense. Again, the latest integration with Figma and Cloud Code directly lets you add the Figma MCP as a skill to Cloud Code, and then you can do a slash Figma, give me this in Figma, and then you have a URL of a local host of something that you have been working on, and then it just builds it within Figma. That's a very impressive thing. So in order to not have to do that, this being HTML based, then that's a good thing. Congrats on that. Congrats on that. I'm gonna need to place you somewhere else because goddamn, that's not gonna be safe. That is not gonna be safe. If I'm not paying attention, I think we were on can, if I'm not mistaken. Your logo is on can. I will move that to your own file. You now have your own file. Congrats. Doesn't happen often, but it does happen sometimes. That's not here. Did I do that here? No. There? No. There? No. Here? Yes. No, we haven't touched anything on the band logo itself. That is kind of sad. I agree. I agree. Please do check something. Please do. Yeah, that's a bit more interesting. We have that. This is pretty cool. I'll be gone in roughly 2 minutes as well. Don't worry about it. No, that's not true. Not 2 minutes, but yeah. That's pretty good. I feel like, yeah, we'll be missed for a week and then people will forget. And that's fine. That's the usual. I'm still not set on the color. If I die, yes. I don't think people will remember me for longer than like a week. Most people, not like friends and family and close people, like people that are here and so on. But overall, it's probably going to be, well, that person is not there anymore. I mean, it depends on the people. I'm not gonna lie. It really depends on the things. It depends on the relationship you have with the person that is dead at the instant that they die. So, nah. Very much a different thing. Very much a different thing. I don't know. I don't know if you can inherit band. Technically speaking, I don't need to do anything with it, which is the beauty of it. It would still succeed or continue if I'm dead. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? If we do that central color is a bit different here than here. So we have that as a central point. If we create some sort of a radial gradient and we say that the outside is the lightest somewhere around here, and that's our color scheme in here, it could work. And then if we select this and we basically go with the smooth gradient, ease gradient thingy, that thing. Can extend it a bit so that it stays smooth altogether. We don't have that center point. So it's a bit greener overall, but that's not a bad idea. And we can bring back that element in the center. And the corner radius I made here was 24. We get something that is a bit more usable instead of having all of these effect with the glass and so on and the real moss in the background, because that's the color in question. So that's the proper gradient. That could be good. I do like the edges in the corners being a lot lighter and wider, but yeah. Yes, tickle also, yes, that's the thing. And I said the same thing. This is going to be different tone compared to what we've been saying. But when my dad died, I know, I told you, I'm still fine. I don't care. It happens. It's life. But what I knew was, and what I said was, a year later, I would probably say something along the line of, I would have probably shared that news with him. And that's it. And so I have a feeling that some people would have a similar interactions where, oh, what did happen to A, or where are the streams now? And that's the reminder, like maybe a year later or 2 years later or something. But it's not necessarily something that you think about, as in, I'm sure there are people that you probably know or don't know that died, that you kind of think about on a weekly to monthly basis. And it could be your dog, it could be your grandma, it could be like a friend of a friend. But it's a bit of a different thing because of the, you know, the circumstances. But yeah, most of the time I feel like we remember the deads in a way that is just what happened to that person? Like where are they now? What did happen? What was the thing? You know. But I get it. Oh, I get it. I'm gonna attempt something. I'm gonna attempt the copy as SVG here. And see if that can go. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. That's true. If you had, or if they had, or the person in question had like a relationship with one of your interests, or one of the field in which things have been getting better or worse, depending, drastically since something happened, then there is indeed something that is potentially interesting in there. So I do get it. I do get it. Let me export that as an SVG and see if I can do that. What the fuck? What the fuck? I said no fucking white in the background, but that's fine. All right. I mean, that message should have been transformed into an SVG based on the tag. But I'm guessing if I had, like, done that. Can I edit my own message? I can't edit my own message. That's crazy. It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. So here, for example, if I'm previewing it because the SVG is adding a white background, it does add it. And that's why in the preview we have them. But sometimes that's not the case. Also, that thing looks blurry as fuck. What the hell is that? There is a ton of things in there that needs to change. And you said, what about using really blurred out shadow for for this instead of being that, be that? That makes a lot of sense. And then from this, you want to add a shadow that would be basically under everything, and that drop shadow would be at 0 right there, and it's just like a massive blur. And it's taking that color like that. Yeah. I mean, it could probably work if we get something like an 80 point shadow, 88, 80 point shadow, and then we duplicate it like three or four times to get the effect. Like this one basically, because the edges would be getting that. But technically speaking, doing this is a very bad idea when it comes to the output. So I don't know. I sent you an SVG directly, which is that SVG right there. So that you can potentially change that. I don't know. Not have it like that big overall. And I was thinking about sending you just this as an icon without the rotation, so that you just have this thing as it's supposed to be. And it could work. I'm just unsure about the output. That's the thing. The shadow should work. It would behave as a sticker, and you could place it wherever. But one of the reasons why I usually don't export my stuff with, this is a bug, don't worry about it, with shadows, is because if I'm looking at this, let's say I'm gonna remove the exported shadows that we just added right here. Right, if you look at this, the shadow is a vertical thing. If for some reason I'm rotating, you can see how the shadow is not at the top now, it's still at the bottom because it's a drop shadow. So regardless of the rotation within Figma, it's always going to drop perfectly vertical and perpendicular to the center of the element. And so if I'm exporting that with the shadow inside of it as a base, you end up with something that will have a defined shadow, and you can't really change that. So I usually just get these things off the build, and then you just need to re-add them manually within the SVG. That's a bit more tricky, but it's potentially easier in the long term. So that might be useful. Might be useful. What do you mean? What do you mean resource not found? I know why, don't worry about it. But it's an interesting alert. The resource not found was because I was trying to reply to a message that I had deleted, a message of myself that I deleted a second ago, and therefore it was trying to reply to myself, which is not an option. That's the reason. Um, I'm guessing if a message is deleted, you should delete any people that are try or any linkage um to any people that are trying to reply to a message. That would be a bit more complex, but yeah. Yes, Fields is creating this app, Yolka, that is a Discord alternative with privacy and encryption in mind compared to what Discord is providing. So, yeah. And I don't know why, but I ended up doing the logo, and then ended up doing a lot more stuff. So, alignment and shit. I didn't give you this, not that it matters, but potentially, um, if you want the forest thing, that's the color palette that I kind of used for the initial moss background here. That's the thing. That's the thing. Oh, I'm seeing so much stuff that I shouldn't see. God damn. That that's pretty neat. That goes back to this initial kind of infinite cycle right there. Just went back. God damn. The J could be added uh, as an angle based on where we currently are, and edge the thing a tad. Fuck off. Sorry, that's the wrong one. I know what's happening, which is not supposed to happen, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Ah, that's the reason. God damn. The mic is not plugged in. So all the fox of the day haven't been counted. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. We're good. It's almost German, but it's not German, so we're good. But it's almost German, in which case, complicated. But it's a nice shape. Yeah, I feel like it's a potentially great thing to add in winter as the snowflake. Um, you know, Kathy. Like I'm sure that if I unionize this, or if I first of all I need to outline them and then unionize them together so that we have one shape here. If I duplicate this, that's the first thing, and I just offset them, and then I duplicate that again, or not even technically, if I just take both of these and then duplicate these and rotate them there, you end up with a crest that is fucking sick. You got flowers, you got swords. I mean, that's that's a massive thing, and then you uh, simply need to do that, and then you got your patterns for the backgrounds of your website when you are sending emails or whatever shit you want to send to people. Get that in the background as the motif, and the effects. Wow. How sick is that? Please do a competitor. That's pretty neat. That's gonna be hefty. But then you just get this at like, let me flip them, use that white at 0% at the top. You make sure that it's like a diagonal thing whenever. And then maybe you can have this at like 10% or whatever. And this thing at 20. And you get that in your background of your emails and shit. Geometry is really simple. It's basically from the capital K and the capital J merged together in order to create. I'm gonna just keep one because now that we know how it looks, it's gonna be easier. So basically, it is combined of this. I should do that. It's combined of the K right there that is upside down, and the K right here that is flipped. So that we end up with something that's a bit more interesting. Technically, I could have done that, which I started with. And so it's just the same letter on both ends, and they just meet exactly where they need to meet. And then yeah, rotate and overlaps. Like, you have so many options with these things. That you know. Again, I'm gonna go back to what we said last time, but that's the only thing we can see now. Sorry, I broke it for you, but that's it. That's it. You can't see anything else. You're done. I'm done. That's a leg. There's no question. um, but yeah, no, that's the simple part right there. I feel like the merging was the right idea right here as well, making sure that they match each other and align with each other. It's a bit of a tricky thing because of the angle of that curve, because they are not the same on both sides. And then this could 100% just be in the center instead of being where we placed it. So if I just align them a bit better, we get something that is a lot more subtle, I would say. And so from that, if I decide to do the same thing as last time, meaning remove some of the points that we don't necessarily need, like these ones, and making sure that that is aligned here, and then simplify that and that. If I bring that back, not that much, sorry, my bad. My bad. That's on me. If I bring that to like align with this for no fucking reason other than just having this, and then doing the exact same thing at the top. I wish I could do that faster, but I can't. Still same. I know, I make it look easy. Not the case. It is. It is the case. And then same thing. Roughly aligned. Get that. We get a thing that is a bit more offsetted when it comes to the output. So I'm going to just use one and then duplicate it. What happens if I flip it? It's interesting. It's not great, but it's interesting. What happens if I just rotate it? That's way more German than expected. God damn. That's safer. It's a lot more crested, which is interesting, and I have a feeling that the center part in the intersect is pretty cool. So using that as a whatever's intersected right there could be a point. Could be a point, but then our J's could also be cropped based on what I'm seeing here. That would make basically the... Oh, it's the case. Oh. So if I take my K's, both of them, and then I get rid of every point in the center, and then if I take my J's and I align them here, good. Good dryer. Good job. If I take that as a safe These are dolphins now. Shit, not that. That. That's interesting. With the intersect of the previous one within, you end up with a bit of a gem in the center. And obviously you can extract stuff with that, which is not the same dot, but you end up with this. So you have a very much perfect square right there. So you basically have a pattern that is repeatable infinitely by having the central point right there. And then from there, you can simply do things like this, which will get more patterns, more stuff, more things. It's a lot more tech than this one. It's a lot more tech than this one. So that's interesting. But let's keep the dots on this. Merge them together so that we have a reference as well. I like this. I'm not gonna lie. I like this. There is a bit of a smokiness to it, and there is something along the line of just keeping one of them being very much interesting. Like that K is really cool as a single element. That's a very nice kind of These are fun. Um, ah, that was not supposed to happen this way, but it did. So, you know, what happened? Whatever. If I'm taking that and I'm just rotating it, placing it right about here, which is the point, we end up with that, which is also interesting, but not as interesting, at least not from my point of view. We really have the R coming in with that curve right there. So that's really fun, maybe. And we can flip them. No, we can flip them, I said. To make things potentially a bit more K-like. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. These are origami signs. Swans. Things. Kinda. What happens if I do this instead? And then that. It's the same thing, but we end up with a bit of a nose and bottom of the top jaw of a Japanese mask. You know, one of these, kinda. Nah, less interesting. Less interesting. Same gem, kinda. To have it like, I mean, it's the same thing anyways, but yeah. They would. They would. I really like this for the non-simplicity of it, but also like I mean, I'm missing one. This one, sorry, my bad. I really like this for the simplicity of it and the snow-like element. And the flowery part right there, like I basically see flowers in here. If I just cut everything else other than that portion, then that's a very interesting flowers in the center. So that's interesting. The J are almost too much when you look at it. Like now you have like just a flowery thing. And the K's could be taken down in terms of that thing. Could. Is it a should? Probably not. Can it work? Yes. Hmm. Oof. We lose the flowers immediately. That's crazy. What about here? I don't know. I don't know. It is feasible. It's crazy how I just saw the curve of the K right there, and I was like, this is something that needs to be done to get that effect to see if it works. What? These are shit though. No, I'm not even gonna keep these. These Ks are interesting. And then they can kiss. Damn. There's a massive S in the center. Or 5, depending on how you want to read it. But this one is going to be German if I start rotating it with a second one, so I'm not gonna... not gonna try it out. Yeah, this one, not gonna be the case. I feel like this is also something that could happen. I know, everything could happen, but that's interesting. Why is this duplicated? What am I talking about? This. Maybe, potentially, as an option. This one could be linked right there. So these dots are... I'm going to duplicate that first, so that we have something to save. And then these points are non-existent. And that point is linked. And so that curve right there needs to be like matching what we had. And in order to do that, if you want to do that by hand, that's sad. You want to basically align this handle with this handle when it comes to like that point, and make sure that it's either equal in length or like a bit further down so that you have the angle. And yes, basically taking that and see if this is a potential K instead of this for a more flowy, thing. Damn, I placed it perfectly the first time, almost. That's crazy. Look at it. Look at it. Almost perfect. It's crazy. Yeah, fine. Good enough. And guess what? Guess what? What did I just do? That's that. That's very much the same as our initial thing. Goddamn. Ah. Oh my god. This is way too busy. Way too busy. We are so close. So close to the German. I'm gonna revert that and keep that on the side. This is an interesting K. It has a lot more R's to it based on the smooth curve compared to the K that is a bit more stubby at the bottom. But then when you look at them side by side, they are very much the exact same shit anyways. So, like, look at that too. These two are exactly the same thing. It doesn't really make a difference. Nonetheless, you got that. That's the important part. That is the important part. But yeah, these colors might be a better option. I don't know yet. It depends on you. That's where we are. That is where we are. However, where are we sending you? That's the question. I need to go do some stuff. So, Nan is live, Kitty is live, Cat's live, Cat's live, Cat's live, Cat. It's been days. It's been days. It's been days. Makes sense. Makes sense. All that, a lot of sense. A lot of sense. Anyways. Have a good rest of your day. Feels I am rating. So, all of that. As always, take care of yourself. If for some reason you have questions, join the Discord. For now, we have a Discord. Maybe some point we will have a yoga server. I don't know. We'll see. If you have a perfume collection, get that. That's good. If you have a lot of links that you need to share to the internet, use that. It's pretty cool. And as always, if you want to learn Japanese, this is pretty neat. So, the usual thing. But yeah, I forgot to change the number. So this today is supposed to be day 30 something. 31, 32. I forgot. It's been a while. It doesn't really matter. But yeah. Take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, Be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Wednesday at 1:30, not 1 p.m. The 30 is not there because I don't have the space. That's the reason. Anyways, bye.